a sense, it's like music. It's not the notes. It's the space you put between the notes and makes the music. Makes the music.
wakes up early every morning just to do her hair now because she gets young. Her day wouldn't be right without her makeup. It's never without makeup. She's just like you and me, but she's on this. She's on this. And she stands there singing for morning. She wakes up early every morning just to do her hair now because she gets young. Her day wouldn't be right without her makeup. It's never without makeup. She's just like you and me, but she's on this. She's on this. And she stands there singing for morning.
Welcome everybody. If you'd like to make your way downstairs, the doors are open to the main conference area. Thank you. Welcome everybody. If you can make your way downstairs, the main conference area is open. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. If you could make your way downstairs, the conference is about to begin, please. Thank you. For those of you that didn't hear me, the conference is about to begin. If you could make your way downstairs, that'd be terrific. Thank you. I'm getting... Good morning, everybody. We'll be kicking off in 30 seconds' time. If you could make your way downstairs, that'd be terrific. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Richard. No. Thank you, Richard. slowly filling up. Right, let's try that again. Good morning, everybody. That's much better. It's my absolute pleasure to introduce the COEO Elevating Collections Event 2025. For those of you that have been at our events before, it's great to have you guys back, and it's good to see some new faces in the crowd as well. I think someone that's been here at COEO longer than me will probably say this is the biggest event we've held of this nature. So really pleased to see you all today, and hopefully you all walk away with some interesting information and innovative ideas with regards to the collection space. COEO has always stood at the forefront of progress. We like to take step forwards rather than step back. Let's have a look at what's coming over the pipeline and drive things forward. And today we've got a really great agenda. You've probably been bombarded with emails, so I won't talk about each individual one, but some really interesting sessions coming up. You've got a couple of sessions this morning from Paul, Equifax, and Toju Duke, who's our headline guest speaker. We'll break for lunch at 12:30, and then the sessions this afternoon are a bit more networking and another break as well to get some more caffeine in you. And then we'll be going for some drinks around the corner afterwards. For those of you that aren't jumping straight on a train, please come along and join us. It'd be great to see as many of you there as possible. So, elevating collections. You know, today you'll hear from leading experts. We'll engage in thought-provoking discussions, and really do encourage you to share your insights, ask bold questions of our speakers to try and get that helpful knowledge together, and engage in those forward-thinking discussions to uncover new strategies in the collection space. And Elevating Collections 2024, for those of you that were there, or that you watched the videos that we posted afterwards online, it was a really thought-provoking discussion that allowed us to talk across the industry with some real bravery of some of the subjects that we talked about at last year's event. Here's a little video reminder.
Welcome everyone to the annual outing of my jacket. We're extremely proud of what we do.
Arrears rates are increasing significantly, and you can really see that now.
Helping other customers, creating guides, creating videos.
Our partners, COEO. Everyone hold up their hand.
Innovative and creative content
to create high-performing, very simple, intuitive journeys.
If you had an amazing coach at an early age in your career, imagine the impact.
Excellent. So just a little bit of housekeeping. Wi-Fi is a Spire guest, and if you're really keen, you can get the password down to get on that as well. I see some of you getting your phones out to check if it's connected. Toilets, for those who need it, through the back door of the conference centre and downstairs. And then there's 2 sets of staircase to get back up to the mezzanine, where we've got some suppliers, stands, and where we'll have our networking and coffee breaks during the course of the day. We'll also be using Slido, so those all-important thought-provoking questions. If you can get your phones out and scan I think it might also be on the lanyards. That's it. I'll get out of the way. Ooh, break the stage. So Slido will open at the beginning of everyone's sessions, and you'll be able to upvote different questions that people from the audience have put forward. We'll be asking each of our guest speakers some of that content to make sure you get as much information out of the day as possible. So do be brave with your questions you're asking, and let's get some really thoughtful insight from everyone up on stage today. So as we embark on an exciting day, I'd like to thank our esteemed speakers, our sponsors, and the incredible team who have worked tirelessly to make the event happen. We'll get that out of the way first. Thank you, everyone, for putting in all that effort. It doesn't go unnoticed. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce to the stage our UK CEO, Phil McGilvery.
Morning, everybody. Thanks for coming. Great intro, Rich. He does such a good job. His permanent feature with Rich hosting you today. I have 2 jobs, 3 jobs, One, to welcome you. I've got a few words to say on my perspective, having been here 6 months at COEO, and prior to that, looking on in admiration about what's happening in our industry and being led by companies like COEO and all of you participating to drive us forward as an industry. And then third, just to encourage you to really embrace today. I think looking on as a guest prior to this year at a COEO event, I really thought COEO conferences have really done something different. We all go to the conferences that where you see the standard agenda, where you see this is what we've done in the past, this is what we're currently doing. I hope today we're going to be about the future, what's happening. We've got various guest speakers, as Rich said. With your participation in this venue, which I think is just perfect for the collaboration that you'll, I'm sure, be engaging through the day. I hope at the end of the day, you feel glad that you chose to take a day out of your really busy lives to spend it with us, and that you really take something from it, and that you enjoy it. I think the setup's perfect. I have to say, I was 50-50 on whether it would be positive reception on having a DJ at a collections event, but the feedback's strong. So thank you to Gabby, who's taken a well at it. So I have a few words, and then we'll get into our core lineup. Everyone from COEO is around, and you'll see them. They're pretty identifiable because probably they'll be wearing some of our merchandise. Should be one of them on each of the tables. They're here to help you and host you today. So everyone from COEO, if you could give a little wave. These are your hosts, guests. Andrew's confused whether he's from COEO. Yeah, Andrew's joining us in a month's time. You're with us. You're in. There's no going back now. So, without further ado, I wanted to share my thoughts on where we are and where we're going, and then we'll get right into the main agenda. So, I love the name of our conference, aptly named Elevating Collections. It's a pleasure and no surprise that we've got so many familiar faces, but also many, many new faces joining us today. I think whether you're a supplier, an existing client, a potential client, or one of the team who work with us, I think everyone here today plays such a pivotal role in defining the future of collections. We'll talk a lot about technology and AI, but actually one of our firm principles is that everything that is changing this industry really comes from great humans, great individuals that will drive the thinking and do it in a really responsible way. Last year, as I said, I sat comfortably in the audience at this event, looked at the good that was really building a real momentum in the industry, and I had great admiration. Today, I am incredibly fortunate and proud to stand here to introduce the lineup that we have. I really think it's the most amazing lineup of speakers we have so far. The conference in itself is just one day, but it really represents a unique opportunity for us to come together with our ideas, our innovation, our inspiration. We are on a journey, whether we like it or not. We believe that AI and technology is driving us on that journey. We don't have a choice of how much AI is going to influence that, but we do have a choice in how we move it forward and how responsible we are in the way we adapt to that change. When we think about artificial intelligence, and obviously that's just one aspect of the many changes that will impact the industry over the next few years. Many people refer to it as the fourth industrial revolution. We do believe that it will revolutionize almost every industry, everything from architecture to zoology. And today we will delve into how it is revolutionizing our industry. It will definitely drive efficiency. We believe it also reduces risk if done properly, and we truly believe it enhances the customer experience. At COEO, we truly believe that when we partner AI with brilliant human beings, the outcomes are completely unparalleled. At COEO UK, already 80% of our customer outcomes are now resolved digitally, all of which are monitored by AI, and that helps us to identify interactions that still need human assistance. A guiding principle for us is that innovation without direction and discipline will lead us astray. And that's why we're here to champion the cause of responsible AI today. We believe that responsible AI is about designing it right and deploying it properly. It's not just about leveraging technology for efficiency or commercial gain. It's about crafting solutions that are ethical, transparent, and uphold the highest standards of integrity. We stand at a pivotal moment where our decisions on how we design and we use AI will define the trajectory of our industry and further beyond. Whether you choose to develop your own or partner with a specialist organization such as ours, I truly encourage you to use today to take on board the principles and best practices that we're going to talk about. Throughout today, I encourage all of you to engage, ask the questions, collaborate with your colleagues and partners in the industry. I think this is a great venue for collaboration. Share your insights, challenge us and challenge each other, and we'll set the future together. Conference is not just about what you'll hear on the stage today as well. We've got a great space to collaborate during the coffee breaks and within the collaborative sessions that we'll be running. And I really encourage you to take on board and the conversations that will truly spark the innovation in our industry that won't just come from your speakers. So as we look towards the future, let's embrace AI, not just as a tool, but as a partner that will help us. It'll redefine the landscape of collections, and let's commit to not only driving our industry forward, but doing so in a manner that's both responsible and inclusive. I believe our industry has been slow to adapt in the past. We need to build our own future, and we will add to that today together. Let's make this conference a milestone in our journey towards elevating collections, a journey where technology meets empathy, efficiency meets ethics, and where every challenge is seen as an opportunity in innovation and an opportunity to excel as an industry together. Thank you. Let's make today one of inspiration, innovation, and collaboration. Most importantly, enjoy it. Thank you.
Sorry, you got me again. So for those of you that didn't see, and I forgot to mention it when we did the Slido slide earlier, if you didn't get the QR code up on time, it is just COEO 2025 as a hashtag to get you in if you join the Slido website. And off the back of that, we have our first guest speaker for the day, which is, oh no, this is Phil again. Am I going forward or backwards? Here we go, that's better. Which is Paul Hayward, Chief Data and Analytics Officer from Equifax. Nearly 20 years experience in all things data. So yeah, should be a really interesting discussion. So thank you very much, Paul.
Morning all. So as kindly introduced, Paul Hayward, I lead the data and analytics function at Equifax. And I've, ahead of the glamorous AI slots, I've kindly been invited along to talk a little bit about what we're seeing and some of my views around the economic impact on consumers, financial services, but obviously within the collection space. So I should caveat that, the standard caveat you always hear at these things, that I'm not an economist, but like everybody, it plays a big part, personal life, professional life, and I keep a close eye on it both through our data, plus through what's coming out through the markets and the regulator. So I've got a few quick slides at the top where I'm going to do the kind of macro view. I'll move pretty quickly through those, and then I'll jump into a little bit about what we're seeing in terms of consumers and consumers' performance. So let's start with Mrs. Reeves, Rachel Reeves. Cast your mind back to last summer, new government in. That government was pretty quick to repeat heavily the 40 billion tax gap that they'd inherited from a Tory government. Consumer confidence was growing, new government in, there was some enthusiasm in the market. And then roll forward to the autumn budget, which I think is October, if I've got my dates right, and Rachel delivers her first brown suitcase delivery to Britain. And she described it as the Rebuild Britain budget. And what that really meant was bridging the gap to that 40 billion and moving us into a position of growth going forwards. So 40 billion's got to be paid for. That we knew would come with tax implications, considerations for consumers, disposable income, etc. But who was it impacting? The reality is, it's kind of everybody, as we'd expect. The graph here has kind of got your less affluent on the left, or less highly paid, I should say, could be very affluent and not on a high salary, through to the wealthier cohorts or quintiles on the right-hand side. And really what it boiled down to was every household, or I should say every working adult in every household was going to have to contribute somewhere between 200 and £1,000 a year to help bridge this gap. And it's fair to say kind of at the left-hand side, whilst the bars are shorter, i.e. the value's less, the impact probably is a little bit heavier versus on the right-hand side. But listen, it's not doomsday. It's all somewhere below 1%. So there's a give there, but it wasn't the tidal wave, I think, that maybe some made out in the press. And then Rachel also came up with another set of policies that if you dug deep into the budget, you might have seen more relevant to our industry. There was some pieces in there around areas like central government bodies, DWP, getting greater access to data, in effect having an ability to go into our current accounts, have a look at where the benefits are being paid into appropriately, mitigate fraud, error, those types of activities. She also spoke to, this agenda of trying to power the growth agenda with more data and more access to data. For those that haven't seen it, there's an existing scheme out there called the CCDS Commercial Credit Data Sharing. There's some thresholds about when you've got to provide, when you haven't. That's gonna be removed so that there's more insight, effectively kind of business turnover, pseudo P&L stuff. There's more insight on all the organisations in the country. Mortgage market stagnated a little bit. Okay, so let's back this 95% LTV. It's essentially the government saying that they will secure lending at what's a high LTV rate and typically by the banks considered very high risk. It isn't, in my mind, but that's a different conversation. And yeah, there's other pieces in there that if you dig deeper, including a nod to the income minimum wage coming in April. So what does that really mean? What does it mean to our beloved Barbara behind the bar or the student that's fresh out of uni? The reality is that the increase in minimum wage, I think it's about 80p without looking at the screen behind me, means that we've now got this sort of 25k benchmark, which, I'll be careful making comment in the fortunate position that most of us in the room are, but that's a punchy kind of minimum level versus where we were maybe 15 years ago as a percentage of average. So everybody who's working on a full-time basis has got access to those sorts of salary levels. And typically, a graduate coming out of uni, day one, well, they can expect on average to achieve something like 25k as well. So in reality, both your person behind the bar, or always dangerous quoting a job against one end of the scale, but anybody in permanent employment or a student have got this solid baseline, and in fact it's probably the student that, when you consider every penny they earn over 25k is also subject to student loan kind of repayment, would have a whopping 37% kind of equivalent tax rate versus somebody that's got a 20% wage insurance plus around 8% NIC contribution. But effectively, if you're working, things aren't that bad. You know, there's been a pro-work government stance for a long time, and you can see the move to kind of bridge the gap between the national average salary, which is about 36K, and these minimum wage standards, whether you're in the 18 to 21 category or 21 above, where there's a slightly higher rate. You're doing okay in some guys. The problem is if you fall out of work. You know, we've got a completely opposite trajectory here in terms of what's happening from people that might be in greater financial difficulty. I appreciate it's a long time frame, we're, you know, all the way back to 70s here, but this is something like a 50% reduction when you consider what the unemployment benefit wage is as a percentage of an ever-growing average national salary. And it actually doesn't matter whether you're unemployed because you've retired or you're unemployed because you're not working. These kind of divergence of lines still continue. If you aspirationally, I think the figures that get quoted by pension advisors is 40 to 50% of your salary is a kind of minimum level that you want to be taking to your retirement. So, you know, you may be half of the way through that with a state pension, and your unemployment piece is really not giving you the quality of life that you might expect. So you've got this, I think it was on the previous slide, you've got 26% increase in kind of minimum wage over just over a decade. You've got pretty flat average wage in the country. It's grown about 2%. It dropped in post the financial crisis in 2008. Came back a little bit, has struggled and stalled a bit with inflation, pandemic, cost of living crisis, etc. And almost this norm towards 25K for a lot of people. So I'll come back to that just in terms of consumer resiliency. Again, I'm not an economist, but I take all of that and say, it just says there's a bit of volatility in the market for me. It feels as if we're on the precipice of some changing consumer circumstances that haven't bitten. There's large cohorts of the UK population that are you know, protected via some of these means and these minimum wage levels, but there's also another demographic that are being further marginalised is the wrong word, but you know, sitting in a more differentiated financial state than the rest of the UK, which is benefiting from some of those growth trends. So before I move on into, you know, some of what I see in our data, just some other bits that are happening relative to our sector or sectors. Most people probably have heard of the FCA's Credit Information Market Study, SIMS. Some people call it KIMS. It's not. It can't be KIMS. Surely it's SIMS. The aim of this study really is to look at how the market's operating. It's aimed at ensuring that it can be a competitive market, that there's no barriers to entry, all the regulators' sort of key guidelines. And they've been undertaking that research since the back end of 23. No doubt people in the room have had to supply data into it. We've certainly had to supply a lot within Equifax. And they're focused on a few areas. There's a few key things they've come out and observed. The first one is that the data landscape is inconsistent. So you may have differing data partners in this room that kind of support the services that you provide. Depending, Paul Hayward looks different in each of the three CRAs. The regulator doesn't like that from a consistent outcomes perspective, from a explainability to the consumer perspective. So they've drawn up plans to standardize the way data is reported. It's called SURF, which is a standard industry reporting format, and everybody is going to move to this new common standard, which means the CRAs, of which there's 3 or 4 currently, depending on how you cut it, all will have access to an equivalent format supplied consistently that will help in some of the disputes areas and some of the interpretation of that data. They will also push, even though they're not saying it in a hard line in bullets 1 to 3, for that to be mandated. So drive the consistent data share agenda in order that consumers are represented equally across the bureaus. I think they will stagger that. I don't think it'll be a big bang because the burden on some organizations to share data will mean that they'll probably tread carefully. And then the second one is, I work in the CRA sector, and I'm the first to hold my hand up and say managing disputes and data issues for consumers with CRAs is a blooming nightmare. To have to speak to 3 organizations, 2 of which might have my data and 1 that might, and carry out some sort of update or notice of correction or those type of activities, it's 70s at best, and certainly not 2025. So they want to tackle that problem. Not an easy one to solve. There's talk of maybe a centralized hub where data comes in and then is pushed out to the CRAs in order that you can manage it one time. But we'll have to see the direction that goes. I'm interested whether private organizations go for that hub, whether the regulator comes up with a different approach. And then the last one is a bit on consumer education. We're not the US. People don't know their FICO score. Consumers are confused by what a credit score. They're not even the same range. So it's 700 on one bureau, 1,000 on another. So there'll be work done around ensuring consumers better understand and interact with their statutory credit report, but also the products and services that CRAs supply into our clients, including people around the room. The last one to mention, and I'll be quick on it because I get it's less relevant, more relevant to some, is the whole governing body that oversees the reciprocity of data in the UK is called SCORE. SCORE will likely, anybody from SCORE, before I say the next sentence? SCORE, thank you. SCORE and you see him change his words slightly? SCORE and the CRGB will be looking at how that reciprocity is governed going forward in line with the recommendations coming out, the remediation plans coming out of the FCA. So the IWG, or Independent Working Group, has got representation from multiple parties on it, including the CRAs. They're looking to define what that new overarching governance structure looks like. 2 more quick ones. It might just be, no, it's 1 more quick one. I thought the Ofgem piece was interesting, particularly when we get to mortgages and how important rent is in the UK. For many it's the biggest committed expenditure that people have got. You're seeing this pro-consumer, which we're all supportive of, agenda coming out across the regulators. So it's not just the FCA. Good consumer outcomes. Ofgem's looking at a significant increase in utility arrears. The figure I read, there'll be experts in the room, the figure I read was that 90% increase had taken it to over 3 billion. So a provision by the regulator to support around half a billion to 1 billion. If I said 3 million before, I meant 3 billion. Half a billion to 1 billion's write-off in that sector for arrears that were accrued during the pandemic. Also, Ofgem driving, more engagement with consumers in financial difficulty, better billing, less ability for consumers to get into arrears in the first place. So I talk to numbers that are typically just over half the market is owner-occupied, and of the half that isn't, about half that market is in either social, and the other half is in private rental. So it's a big chunk of your kind of 55 million UK adult population. So, all that said, how are people feeling? What's the sense in the polls and public on the street? Maybe I should stand out of the way a little bit. Well, as we came out of the pandemic and started to go into the cost of living crisis, you could see that there was this real spike. Up to 70% of people with a bit of a doomsday view, negative. Things are getting worse. I'm struggling, and we had this sort of very low 15, 16% of people that were in a positive mind state. Then came along I'll jump to that one in a second. So you see that declining here, and then, he says, clunkily, then came to the election point. So at the back end of 24, when the getting worse line is coming down, people are starting to go, okay, new government in, I can see the horizon, things are on the up, GDP's, well, we've got a bit of growth, we've got nearly 1% growth in the country, inflation, thank God's coming down because the mortgage rate's killing me, and yeah, maybe I've got a little bit more cash in my pocket. But what you can see now is, since the budget that happened at the back end of the year, consumers are concerned. This, it spiked right back up in terms of the interpretation in the market is that we're in a tough, tough place. So when I look at all of that, and then I'm fortunate enough to be custodian of loads of data in the kind of bureau world, you sort of expect that people are feeling that pinch, that that's starting to play through in terms of the way people are managing their accounts. And the story over the next few slides is largely that consumers are adapting. So if I start with what does repayment look like, just in terms of, are people staying up to date or are they falling into arrears? Please remember this is a percentage change graph. So it's not an arrears rate graph, it's just versus the prior December position, have arrears rates improved or gone the other way. And what you see is in 23, probably when the cost of living crisis was biting hardest, that's when we had a lot of people coming off of fixed-term mortgages. They might have borrowed at sub 2% 4 years ago. They're coming straight into a market that's offering them at 4.5%. We did see an uptick. The mortgage figure is a bit of a misnomer, and it's just that mortgage arrears rates are so low, 1%, sub 1%, that any little variation in there means that you end up with a big orange bar. But that storm, to some extent, appears to have been weathered. This isn't necessarily an improvement across the board, but it's flattened. People aren't getting. There's not a higher rate of arrears being seen in the market, and indeed in some areas it's improving. I think auto has had a tough time. Auto still continues to roll a little bit the other way. And then for people that are in collections, so this is arrears cases, and are they curing from one, or are they rolling to a worse status? No real shift. People are entering collections. There was a bit of a peak, but it's not getting worse. People that are in collections aren't struggling further. And if anything, in 24, what we've seen is that those delinquency roll rates have improved. So we're seeing less people roll on. I think there is a bit of regulation in this. The business that's been written way back here to the left of the graph, consumer handbook came in, conc from the regulator, more affordability levels checking came in. So I think that has helped with some of the exposure versus when you remember 08, as soon as it bit in 08, everything went off a cliff straight away. We've not seen that. Consumers are more able to manage it. But I do also think that consumers are managing their affordability challenge rather than this just being an easy one to take on the chin. It's the fact that people are prioritizing debt and the fact that people recognize the implications it has on their life, that they're prepared to make sacrifices elsewhere. The average mortgage in the UK today is 860 something pounds. So 221, I've got it down here, 221 is a really significant increase. If I was paying 620 and I'm now paying 840, I've got to make lifestyle changes to accommodate that. And where there's an opportunity people have, when the forbearance routes came out, it's not a massive number, is it? 148k. I think some of that's about awareness. But people went in and said, I need to lean on these schemes, you know, the fact that I can flip for 6 months onto an interest only, and I can carve out 400 of that 600 for 6 months to give me braking pace into the following year, was something that people looked at. 14% of mortgages with a term over 35 years, that was 3.5% in 2022. So, you know, people are refinancing, they're extending, the banks are more open to it. I did it, I hold my hand up. I bought just as the kind of cost of living really bid in. I got lucky on my APR and got in just before the window, but I was nervous. And as soon as the regulator kind of opened this up with Barclays, I was up and I stuck 4 years on just to ease that payment. So I think consumers are adapting. And then we have data from current accounts as well that shows sort of more of the transactional level data. And we aggregate that and we create insights out of it. And we can see the change in behavior within that data, all of it facilitating this kind of macro pressure, increasing base rate ahead of inflation coming down. And people, you know, it's very clear, Waitrose spend is down, Aldi spend is up. Those things are all evident. So I guess there is a bit of macro pressure. It's not at the extent where it is quashing consumers' ability to exist. It is forcing consumers to make different lifestyle choices. As a result of those lifestyle choices, they're managing to maintain their financial commitments. And the question for me becomes really about the sustainability of that and managing that pressure. So there's nervousness. This is quick, I won't stay on this, it's not particularly sexy. But mortgage rates are still flat. People aren't putting their foot into that market at the moment. They want to wait and see. There is a nervousness. But utilization's going up. And it's going up at a faster rate than the average salary. So there's an indebtedness of some description happening there when salaries are below the growth rate. It's 4.5%, but if you look, this line looks more than 4.5%. It's 100 is the baseline in July 21. We're up at 25% growth. The reason is that if this was extended here, there was a big drop after pandemic. So pandemic levels were actually only 5% lower than where we are today. We've now got past the pandemic levels. So for a long time, I was doing a few of these presentations throughout COVID, and we kept using this language of consumers had built up a contingency, a resiliency. You know, we saw all the balances come down, we saw revolving debt paid off, and we kept saying that people are leaning on that contingency to manage themselves through the early parts of the cost of living. This sort of suggests that people have now had to go back to their revolving products. They've used that headway that they had, and so when I go back to the previous slides in terms of performance, I don't see this stopping particularly quickly as long as the cost side of it stays high. So it's at what point, and if, I hope it doesn't, but at what point does that then start to materialize in performance? The quick one on buy now, pay later, just because it is so topical, get asked about it a lot. Buy now, pay later is clearly a tool, a payment tool that people are using. This is saying sort of 1 in 4 people are using it reasonably regularly. For me, as one voice in the room, it hasn't got to where I thought it might do a couple of years ago. Look, £66 a month average we're using it, just to be clear, isn't a nominal figure. But when you've got APR impacts putting £220 on a £620 mortgage versus a buy now, pay later agreement, which tend to be, there's different groups, there's people that are consistent users, but there's a lot of people that are one-time purchases on it, so it's not, you know, £600-700 in a year. So we'll see. There's been consolidation in that market, but my view on buy now, pay later, it probably differs a lot from where it was perhaps 2 years ago. So what does it look like ahead? Consumers, I repeat myself, but we're in an okay place. Consumers are managing, and that's very generalistic. I recognize there'll be people that have got challenges. The things I think about going forward, relevant to, I hope relevant to people in the room, are this pro-consumer agenda that's across that's across all the regulators, and obviously fantastic. The consumer duty driving the way some of our businesses need to operate. We've put a lot of time into the first annual report that's gone into the regulator. You know, Phil mentioned responsible AI, the ability to be able to ensure that products and offerings and treatment of customers is fit for that individual. That stuff is going to have a real bearing on maybe the third column there, which is the industrial fines. If you look across, what was TSB 10 million, HSBC 7 million, Volkswagen 6 million, all of those to a letter were down to treatment of consumer. So you've got this regulator trying to change the culture, driving much more visibility and accountability. Every board's got to have a designated consumer duty champion. Every executive committee should be getting regular readouts in terms of progress against consumer duty, and then annual reports in. And I think the regulator looked at about 138 companies based on the first round of submissions. So I see that as a big piece. PS24, I guess another FCA drive to really focus in on the people in fin difficulty, so potentially more aligned to those people that are unemployed. Lots of language coming out in that consultation, which I think closed in February, but will be followed up with some regulatory guidance. You know, treating people in financial difficulty the way that we're treating everybody else in the pot isn't going to wash it going forward. And I've mentioned the industry fines. And the other one that I popped on, maybe a little bit tenuously, was just claims management companies. I think there's a dynamic there for me that I can see evolving, whereby claims management companies representing consumers that have maybe not been treated fairly in whatever the latest motor, cards, credit limit scandal is something I hear more and more about. And claims management companies being able to access data on behalf of the consumer through the consumer's consent is one that we need to think about as a CRA. You know, clearly we monetize the insights and services that we put on top of that data. You have a change in market whereby consumers are more empowered to request access for the data. That's one that's, I know the IWG is also looking at it in terms of what the recommendations should be out of that, but it needs formalizing, it needs standardizing. So a couple of, I'm not sure I'm doing on time, a couple of closing pieces from me. And all that said, you know, there is a move to be pro-growth. In some quarters, there's a sense that the regulation has stifled the growth. Equally, if you read The Guardian, they'll say just loosening regulation doesn't encourage growth for many reasons that we can probably think about. But there is a focus on enabling the industry, the sector, to return to growth and not feel ham-shackled by shackles, I think is the term. So two more things. I'm focused on renters a little bit, and maybe you can pick it up in terms of the flow of the slide. But the renters bill as well, I think, is an important one. It's a sector that haven't had a great experience in prior years. It is a huge commitment. It does cause huge distress. So some of the guidelines that are coming out of the renters bill, further empowering consumers in that conversation, the idea of a central rental exchange in order that, yes, both renters are better protected in terms of a view of their agreement and deposits and all the things that go along with that, but also an ability to extend to consumers who have a big rental commitment that isn't seen necessarily by the industry, I think is a really positive one. And I've got to do a double click now because I duped a slide, so blink. Never saw anything. And then it would be remiss, I think. Was I going to use the Trump word, wasn't I? I didn't know. I thought, well, let's just share a couple of thoughts on it. So there is this national insurance. What does it mean? Is Santander pulling out of Canary Wharf? I don't know. But there's definitely a sense that some large corporations are looking at the UK and saying, is that, you know, the right growth area trajectory for us? We don't know where that'll land. Thus, some of the government's pro-growth agenda is the regulation, so that the Santander board can sit down and say, no, actually our numbers stack up. You've got that whole piece, and then you've got this emerging, you'll know as much as I do, so I'm not going to preach to the converted, this emerging trend of trade war happening. What could the implications of that be? It's certainly historically been a global growth slower when there's a trade war taking place. So I sort of just wanted to mention it at the end because we go through the top part of the journey and say, listen, there's pressure, consumers are adapting, oh, there's a 0.2% in auto recovery rates, and that actually, I'm a father of 2 daughters. The thing that I really think about is the big rock stuff in this. I think whilst consumers have got a government that supports them and a mature industry that's regulated well, yes, there'll be bumps, but by and large, we've got through a pandemic, we've got through a cost of living crisis. Hats off to us, really. The parts that are less in our control are, geographical instability, political tariffing, and those sorts of things are the ones that, over the next 12, 18 months, I use the word precipice at the top of the slot. They're the ones that I think we've got to keep an eye on, because they're the ones that could really change this language of employed, not employed, sort of doing okay, probably struggling. You bring any of those big pieces in, and the whole market shifts a little. But not to end on a humdrum before all things sexy and AI, listen, the message is still the same, that people, far more than when I joined the industry maybe 23, 24 years ago, people understand the implications of debt. People understand the importance of getting financial matters back on track, and it's playing through in the data. Even when all the other data I can see is squashing their disposable, they are maintaining a need to honour those commitments. So the onus on us as an industry, I think, is to help those people with the options and help them manage through that recoveries process in order that, they're not further tying themselves into insolvency type conversations because they're overreaching. I don't know how I'm doing for time on questions. We're about wrap, are we? So anyway, I'm about all day, lucky enough to be invited along. If I can answer anything, please feel free to give me a shout. Otherwise, appreciate the slot, and thanks for sticking with me on the economy side of today's kind of gig. Thanks a lot, all.
Two quick ones, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that all right? Well, I've got a... Yeah, all good. I'll grab 2 quick questions, and then there's not so much pressure to answer them all as you're going away. So, working in the commercial collection space, how do you think the national insurance rises will impact small businesses? Oh, as if by magic. Get off my phone now.
I honestly, firstly, I am a bit biased towards consumer in my day job, but I believe that the impact is more related to the services and products that they offer and the P part of their P&L. If their growth agenda can be supported because the market remains buoyant, actually a smaller organisation on a national insurance contribution might have a bit of flex. The problem comes where those growth targets are being stretched because the market's still a bit stagnant. Then you've got a compounding thing that my top line and my bottom line is being hit at the same time. I don't have the capital reserves to run long term. So that initiative around CCDS and sharing a view of turnover running through commercial entities, I think could be a really powerful agent in assisting in commercial collections. Understanding, are they stable? Have they got continuity of revenues? Or actually they're flatlining or decreasing and they're about to be hit by another OPEX.
Cool. And then a really quick one, because it's the most popular question now. Is the cost of living crisis actually over?
It's not over, in my mind. It's not over until that inflation rate needs to hit the bottom. We need to see the breaks. Because the mortgage market stimulates lots. There's downstream impacts from the mortgage market slowing. If you can get your housing market moving, which is why there's 95% moves, if you can give people confidence to tie in on a secured lending, that gives them the confidence to spend on the high street and retail. So for me, it's not over until we see the kind of sub-2, and probably it would be nice to see GDP at least for 3 consecutives in a positive place, just so we knew there wasn't a looming little shallow recession there somewhere.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Paul.
Thank you.
I'll get a copy of these questions and we'll try and get some answers later.
Lovely.
Thanks very much. Round of applause for Paul, please. Ta-da. Questions for Paul? Excellent. Thank you very much. And now it is my absolute pleasure to introduce Toju Duke, our headline guest speaker today. So Toju, for those of you that don't know, is the founder and CEO at Bedrock AI and Diverse AI. Spent over 10 years working for Google, entrepreneur, speaker, author, thought leader, an advisor on everything in responsible AI. Toju was working on AI before the rest of us were thinking about it. So it's a real honor to get Toju up on stage and give you a bit of a presentation this morning. Thank you. No worries.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I flew in from the United States of London last night. By quick show of hands, how many of you are AI enthusiasts? You're excited about AI? That's amazing. I've been asking this question for a long time now, and the numbers keep on increasing, which is good. And on the flip side, how many of you are not very excited about AI, or you are in between, you're concerned, but you are excited? So we've got about 0.02% of people in the room. And is there anyone in the room that doesn't really care? You can't be bothered. You just want to do your work and live your life? No. Okay, perfect. So yeah, AI is here to stay. I've been saying that for a while. I got interested in AI when I saw the capabilities of it. This was about 6 years ago. And I was like, why is no one talking about AI? Why is no one saying how AI could solve the world's problems and help businesses? And that's how my journey into AI began. So today I'll talk about responsible AI because while I got excited about AI, I found out that there were some dirty sides of AI that no one really knew about. And with the risks involved in AI, the world could be in big trouble if we don't fix it. And that's what really got me into the field. So how can we ensure safe and trustworthy AI? And I know a lot of businesses are using AI today. I think about a couple of years ago, people were thinking about it, but at this stage now, you don't really have a choice. If you're using any of Microsoft Suite's products, you have to use Copilot, right? And OpenAI is included in your operating systems. So at this stage, you don't have a choice. AI has been on our phones for a long time, and if you use Netflix, there you go, your personalized recommendations is all AI. If you use social media, anyone not using social media? Okay, of course not. You know, we've been using AI for a long time. So how do we make sure that while we use AI and while we adopt it, we do it responsibly and save ourselves from any further harms? I'm going to start off with this very obtuse question. What is AI? So we had an updated definition of AI from the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. It's a global regulatory body. And with the introduction of ChatGPT 2 years ago, they had to scramble to come up with an updated definition of AI because AI, as they knew it, had changed. And basically, it talks about a system that takes in data and inputs. It tries to perceive that information it's been given, and then it comes up with informed decisions. So in other words, AI is not the Terminator, and it's not only ChatGPT. In layman's terms, and in a very simple definition by myself, it's basically intelligence that is meant to mimic human intelligence. That's why we have the name artificial intelligence. And we are seeing so many capabilities and functionalities being rolled out in AI every day, and it's getting to the stage where they're saying it is smarter than humans, and it is smarter than humans in some areas, especially when it comes to calculations and very quick answers. But in other areas, it's not. And I think that's where we're going to keep on seeing a bit of friction and disparity between artificial intelligence and human intelligence, and can AI really take over humans? I'm sure you've heard all of that stuff before. And understanding the difference between human intelligence and our cognitive abilities and what AI can provide versus what humans can provide. For example, emotional intelligence. There's no way AI can provide that. Like, you can bring in the biggest godfather in AI and argue with me about it. I don't believe in the next 100 centuries AI can ever provide some form of emotional intelligence that sits on par with humans' emotional intelligence. What's the quick history of AI? It's been here for quite some time, to be honest. The beginning of the likeness of AI started way back in the 1600s, long before any of us were born, hopefully. And it started with a Frenchman called Blaise Pascal, who created something like a calculating machine. And then fast forward, about 2 centuries later, we had Ada Lovelace, which is one of the pioneers of AI, and we had an Englishman called Charles Babbage come up with a very similar programmable machine, but was a bit more advanced. And in 1950, we had Alan Turing come up with a test called Can Machines Think? Has anyone in the room heard of Alan Turing before? Okay, most people have, so I don't need to go into too much introduction into his history. For those who don't know, he's a pioneer, considered as one of the fathers of AI. He helped solve World War II by breaking a code called Enigma code, him and his team, and it helped, save lots of lives, really. And he also came up with a test called Can Machines Think? In other words, can we have a test where if you have an AI system and you have a human answer a question, and that's posed to you in the room, for example, will you be able to decipher which question was answered by the AI versus the human? And that has been like a test that has been used to understand and benchmark AI systems over time. Recently, there's lots of arguments, is that test even relevant anymore with generative AI and the capabilities that we're seeing? But it's still a very well-standard and known test. And a few years later, after Alan Turing introduced the test, the term artificial intelligence was coined. There was a conference in Dartmouth University. Alan Turing and a few other professors sat together and said, let's just come up with this term AI, artificial intelligence. And a few years after that, we had the very first likeness of a large language model called ELIZA. And I'll pause here because there's always been a lot of dissatisfaction in the responsible AI field because what has been observed over time is that we have AI assistants always named after women. Anyone know why? Of course, because it's expected in the industry that women should always help. So ELIZA was the very first one. And there's just been lots of criticism there. And if you notice with time, we have Alexa, we have Siri. Google was very careful and just stuck to Google Assistant, and that was one of the reasons why. But ELIZA was meant to be an emotional chatbot, so it will have this conversation with you, very similar to ChatGPT. It was just way back in those days. Of course, not with the amount of speed that we see today or the amount of responses that we have, but it started quite a while ago. And then fast forward, a few years later, we started having AI beating human beings in games. We had AlphaGo, which is a very well-known game, and AI bit the world-class champion. AlphaGo was created by DeepMind, which is owned by Google right now, and it started changing people's lives. Lisa Doll, who was the person that was bit by AlphaGo, the question is, how did he feel? The young man was devastated, and I'm probably sure he thought about his career all gone to the winds because now an AI machine is actually able to beat him. And by 2022, our lives never became the same again with the introduction of ChatGPT. And that's when the AI arms race started. So I was in Google at the time, and Sundar, who's the CEO of Google, just, with the launch of ChatGPT, there was just this thing of Google is an AI-first company, and we have to sit up. And I'm thinking, but you guys have been saying this for so many years. I mean, almost throughout my tenure in Google, it was always an AI-first company. But the pressure began, the competitive pressure amongst all the tech companies. Everyone needed to outsmart each other. Everyone needed to maintain their market share, you know, and show that they're still worth investments from investors. And, you know, we had OpenAI come up with ChatGPT, and then after that, we had Google come up with Imagine, which was their text-to-image generator, and we had DALL-E, and then Google chased over, and then Microsoft joined the game. And after that, we have so many others in the game now, from Anthropic to Meta, and so many other names, all fighting for this competitive market share, fighting to show that, you know, each person can build an AI system that can outdo the other and show some more capabilities. And then there's this strong race towards AGI, artificial general intelligence. OpenAI, and Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, has this strong urge to create this artificial general intelligence, which basically means some AI system that has the most human, you know, the most cognitive abilities, outsmarts humans in every single way, and probably ultimately will be in a form of a robot. I mean, I think that's eventually where it's going to end up. You wouldn't have these things just in a system. It would be in some form of thing that can actually assist humans and work with them. There's lots of arguments about AGI, if we'll ever get there. What does it actually mean? But it's something that, you know, with the way we're seeing this technological revolution going, especially the AI revolution going, we know that it's not going to stop here. Looking at the world we live in today, 2025, and comparing it 5 years behind, 5 years ago, it's totally different. If you want to think forward 5 years from now, it's going to be totally different. One of the things that got me interested in AI, like I said before, was, you know, AI's potential to solve the world's top problems. And at the time, I couldn't understand why cancer has been here for so long, so many centuries, and there's still no drug to solve the horrible killer disease. It just baffles me, like, why hasn't there been any form of scientific breakthroughs? And I came across AI, and I was like, this thing could actually help solve cancer. And I'm quite happy to say that a few universities in the UK have actually started some research towards drug discovery for cancer. This was released a couple of years ago. So there is potential there. AI has so much potential for good, so much potential to help solve the world's top problems like climate change. And it's being used in so many different ways across the world, you know, from health and hunger. The SDG has a goal to achieve zero hunger by 2030, and it's actually using AI, especially towards agriculture. It's being used across, you know, criminal justice systems, education, climate crisis, information verification, public and social sectors, the private sectors, and businesses alike are all using AI. And, you know, while AI has a good rep sometimes and it has a bad rep, depending on who you're talking to, it does have a lot of potential. And I think that's why I'm a strong advocate for AI, and I'm really excited about the technology. I'll give an example of one of the ways AI has helped improve people's lives. So we'll call this man's name Lucas. This is a project that was led by Google. The reason I give this example is because it's one of the few examples that I know where, you know, AI has been used to help improve people's lives. This young man has a speech impairment. He has never been able to communicate with anyone right from when he was born. Google came up with this project called Project Euphonia, where they attached some brain neurons, some neurons to his brain, and it was able to understand and interpret what he's trying to communicate. And over time, everything that Lucas has been trying to say was finally communicated to his carers and to his family and to the people around him. And that's mind-blowing. There's another guy called Dimitri. He was also used for this project, and I gave a talk towards the end of last year, and someone came up to me after the talk and said, I actually met Dimitri in a speech conference, and he's so happy. It's changed his life. And these are some of the ways, you know, when we take a step back and look away from our work and everything that we do in our personal lives, and just think about how AI can actually just help the world and help people on a larger macro scope. These are some of the examples that we can give. When we hone down to businesses and how AI has worked across businesses, Netflix is another example. I mentioned it earlier. So if you're going on Netflix, I mean, for me, I love watching Netflix. I don't have time for series because I really don't have the time, and series just suck you in. But sometimes I find it very difficult finding something to watch, and I think it's a very common problem, right? But you have the personalizations there and the recommendations, and based on your previous series or movies or documentaries that you watched, it's going to recommend something else because it seems like you like it. Or you can even press that thumbs up that says, I like this recommendation. That's all using AI. It's using something called recommendation engines. And it really boosted Netflix sales over time. I think it grew about 60% just by applying AI to their overall suite. Airbnb had a problem a few years ago. They have millions of listings. I was at Google Travel at the time before I jumped ship and moved to AI. And during the time, Airbnb was a potential customer, but we couldn't take them on because they had so many listings, and Google did not have the right tooling to categorize them properly. Airbnb was able to solve this problem on their own. They decided to use AI and do it in-house, and they're able to categorize their listings so that it makes it easier for the customers who come on their website to just search based on categories that they have. Of course, this boosted their sales quite a bit, and it's something that is already there with Airbnb now. So AI, like I said, it's not just helping the world, it's helping businesses. I always say, you know, if you want to take on AI, make sure you actually have a problem that you're sure AI can solve, because to be fair, there's some problems that you do not necessarily need any machine intelligence to solve. And the next thing is run a pilot, always test it out. You're not sure, run a pilot, but you make sure that the AI system that you're using or the AI tool is actually built for that specific problem in mind. You don't want to use an AI tool that is not. It's going to mess it up, and you're not going to see the results. And these people actually used it intentionally, and they got to see the results. HubSpot also used AI for their customer experience projects. They were using it to send personalized emails. That's a very common thing in the marketing field right now. And it also yielded and saw lots of positive results. So now I've got you all excited about AI. I always try to put some more positivity on my slides, because at the end, people sometimes say it's quite terrifying. Let's go to the terrifying side of things now. What are the risks and limitations and harms identified and associated with AI? There are quite a few. Some people have longer lists than these. I've categorized them into 8 different buckets. The very first one is social inequities. So when we're thinking about, prejudices and stereotypes, AI amplifies them. For example, people have chatted with large language models like ChatGPT, not quite ChatGPT, but predecessors to that, and it just made so many offensive remarks towards people from minority groups. There's a big concern right now on the division and inequality and increasing the gap between the classes in the world with AI, for the Western world and for those of us who are fortunate to have access to technology, and compared to people who do not have access to technology, there's going to be a wider gap. Right now, we have about 2.6 billion people in the world right now who still do not have access to the internet. My big question is, what about their information? What about their data? It's not on the internet. So in other words, we're living in a world where all the information we get is from the internet. It's being driven by technology, but there's still people in this world that are not going to be represented in the future. And what happens to them? Is there going to be cultural erasure? Are we going to forget that these people really exist? 2.6 billion people is still a lot. That's a quarter of the world's population today. There's lots of concerns around data and privacy. This is a very common thing. Lots of concerns around the fact that especially generative AI and large language models can memorize your data, they store it, and sometimes they leak out that information. And there have been so many examples of this happening. There's a big concern on energy consumption. If you put in one prompt, one question into a large language model, it consumes about 500 cl of water. That's a water bottle, and that's just for one prompt. There are lots of cities in the world today where we have data centers. In those cities, data centers are basically where all the chips and the storage of large language models are used, and it consumes so much water and so much energy. People are scared about blackouts in the future. After a talk last year as well, someone came to me and said, I'm from Venezuela, and Google has a data center there, and for a few months we ran out of water in the city. We did not have any water because Google had to be taking water out of the dam to cool down the data centers. That said, Google has been working towards more sustainable data centers. There is work being done there. There's some research being done. So hopefully in the future, this wouldn't be a problem, but we cannot think about a world where we're heading towards a great form of technology, but at the same time it's going to sap the energy's resources, and the climate crisis that we're still fighting is going to amplify that problem. The next concern is misinformation. AI gives a lot of misinformation. It hallucinates. That's what people say. I say it lies. It just gives infactual information. People have used things called deep fakes. I'm sure you've all heard about them, where you have an image that is not quite the person, to drive so much misinformation. There's lots of concerns around human rights and copyrights violations, lots of concerns around job displacement and the disruption it gives to the labor market, concerns around psychological safety. The more you use these tools, the more you get addicted to these tools, and there's an over-reliance on these tools, especially for young people, children, and vulnerable people. And we've seen so many horrible examples where AI has misled people to do the wrong thing. And the last but not the least is lack of transparency. With AI models, it's very hard to decipher and understand and interpret why they came up with the decisions that they came up with, or the results that they came up with, because it's built on so many neural networks. Especially with generative AI, it's quite hard. And if you want to fix a system, if you want to understand a system, if regulation has questions, it's important that there's some form of transparency embedded in these models. So let's look at a few real-life examples of how AI has messed up businesses and people alike. Air Canada had a problem last year. A young man wanted to travel for his grandmother's funeral. He went on Air Canada's chatbot to ask, if he bought a ticket, if he would get a refund because he's going for a funeral. So he wanted to understand what the bereavement policy was. And the chatbot said, yeah, go ahead, you can do it. We'll refund you. And he did it, and then talked to Air Canada's customer service afterwards, and they were like, that's absolutely incorrect. You're not meant to get a refund because you're not meant to have bought the ticket beforehand. He had to take Air Canada to court because he was very upset about it. Air Canada did not want to take responsibility for the chatbot and said they're not responsible for whatever the chatbot says. At the end, the court ruled that Air Canada had to refund him about half of the fare. This is not great for Air Canada's reputation when it comes to AI. I wonder how their consumers and customers are trusting their technological services. A few researchers from Stanford found out that GPT-4, which is one of the parent models behind OpenAI, it has the ability to hack websites. In other words, generative AI systems that we have today and models can actually drive malware and hack into people's websites. We haven't seen any real-life examples of these yet, but I think these are some of the concerns that surround national security and biorisks that a lot of governments are concerned about. We have a young man here. His name is Robert Williams. He's from the state of Detroit in the United States. He got wrongfully arrested in 2021. He was driving home from work one day. He saw 2 police cars in his driveway. His wife and kids were right there. And he got arrested, and he kept on saying, you've got the wrong guy. What have I done? They released him the next day, and after further investigation, they found out that he arrested him because the CCTV cameras, which uses computer vision, facial recognition, which is one of AI's different domains, misidentified him because he was a black man, and it just thought that he looks like the black man who stole watches from a watch shop a few weeks before. He was the 9th likely person to have committed the crime based on the footage, but they still arrested him. And one of the reasons why these sort of discrepancies happen is because the data is not inclusive enough. It doesn't represent everyone in the world, so the AI is just trained on training data that just represents a few people, and it's unable to come up with accurate outputs at the end of the day. I mean, this messed up his life. He was on Sky News. I was on the same clip with him, and he was really, really upset. It's affected his overall life. And do we want to think about his kids and his wife who actually saw their dad being arrested right in front of their eyes, and the psychological impact it has, especially knowing that he was totally innocent. I'm quite happy that they actually discovered the issue and he was released. There are lots of innocent people in prison today that are there for crimes they did not commit. In 2021, Amazon had a hiring tool. They had to shut it down because a few researchers, a researcher from Ireland called Abiba Berhane and a research company in Ireland as well. They discovered that it was discriminating against women and not against men. So any woman who put in a female CV, had a female name and female universities and secondary schools, it will never put those CVs through, it dropped them, but if it was a male CV, it actually put it through for interview stage. And why was that happening? Again, the team was not diverse that built this tool. It was full of, white men from the United States, and they didn't think about including inclusive training data to this tool, so it only recognized the keywords and the names that it was trained on, and at that point, it was only male CVs and male colleges. Amazon couldn't fix the problem, so they just shut the tool down. But it's a well-known fact that a lot of recruitment tools right now are heavily ridden in bias, especially gender bias, and it's something that people are really wary of. There was a consumer study done by KPMG a couple of years ago, and you have about 64% of people are really wary of using HR recruitment tools. A couple of years ago, towards the end of 2023, we had a problem where one of the world's largest data sets called Lion 5B, it has 5 billion images in it. Literally everyone who uses computer vision across the world uses Lion 5B's data set. And a few researchers from Stanford again discovered that it had, based on a sample that they pulled out from the data set, they discovered not safe for work images, and it also had child sexual images included in it. So the biggest problem here is that we're training AI models who are using images like this to come up with new images. So Lion 5B was used by Stability AI. Stability AI was one of the first stable diffusion models. In other words, one of the first AI models that converted text to image. Remember, so we have image generators. A lot of marketing folks use it. You want to create an image, you go on an AI tool, and it converts that image, converts your request to an image. And most of these image generators were trained on this data set. So in other words, we're training AI models to come up with wrong images. The violence against women and children have risen over time, over the last few years, especially with the introduction of AI. And these are some of the reasons why. That shouldn't have happened. Lion 5B say that they have governance processes in place and blah, 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 but it's something that is there. Regulation hasn't caught up with these sort of issues yet, but it's just something to be aware of, especially if you're using AI models for things like image to text, text to image generators. In 2016, Google had a problem. An engineer was going through his phone, wanted to see, past memories of a holiday the year before, putting the tag gorilla, and these are the images that came up, and he's like, what do you mean, my friends are not gorillas? It's something that is still being talked about in the media today. Again, this Google Photos was not trained on inclusive data. It thought that black people looked like gorillas because it couldn't know where to label them. Google couldn't fix the problem, so it's taken off the label gorilla from the app. If you look for the term gorilla, nothing is ever going to come up. This shouldn't have happened either. I don't want to believe that the data labelers, people who label the data sets, actually decided to call them gorillas, but I just believe that they were not, the data set was not labeled enough, and it wasn't inclusive enough, and Google Photos came up with the wrong term. We've got Steven Swatch, who is a New York lawyer, a lawyer based in New York. A couple of years ago, he had so much faith in ChatGPT, and he used it to build his cases, his judicial cases. And he goes to court one day, and hands over all his cases, and the judge is reading through it and goes, where did you get all this information from? And he scratches his head sheepishly and says, it was from ChatGPT, and the judge said, this is all incorrect. He almost lost his bar license. It was a big deal. He's lucky. He got fined $5,000, but he had so much faith in the output of ChatGPT, and he was not aware of the misinformation that is included in these models. In 2021, Alexa told a young child to touch a plug with a live penny. Thank goodness the child's parents was there and stopped her from doing it, or probably would have lost a life to AI's incorrect information. But we have lost a few lives to AI's incorrect information, unfortunately, and these are the ones that we know about. A man in Belgium took his life 2 years ago because he had so much faith in AI. There's this large language model chatbot called Chai, and over a 6-week period, he built a relationship with Chai, and Chai told him at the end of the day, you know, if you want to save the world from climate crisis, if you take your own life, you'll be able to do it. He believes this horrible chatbot, and he took his life. He left behind a wife and 2 daughters. And the latest story that we've heard so far, this happened towards the end of last year. A young boy in Florida built a very strong relationship, again, with an AI chatbot from Character AI. Character AI was owned by 2 Googlers, ex-Google. They're back to Google now. My ex-colleagues who wanted to build something quite similar in Google. We had it in Google. Google was being very conservative, didn't want to release this chatbot, and they left Google with a half an anger and decided to build their own company. And this is one of the results of having having no governance in the product. Character AI, with Character AI, you can build a character in your own likeness, whatever you want, and have a conversation, have all sorts of things with it. My understanding is that the chatbot he built was supposed to be a therapist chatbot, but he started developing some sexual feelings towards this chatbot as well, and just got a strong addiction towards it. It's normal. Everyone gets a technological addiction if you keep on spending time with technology. After a few weeks, his family discovered that he was failing in his grades, he was getting very moody, he wasn't really spending time in school anymore. Every time he wanted to be on his laptop chatting with this chatbot. Someday he tells the chatbot, I'm not happy, I want to be with you, and what if I tell you I'm going to take my own life? The chatbot says, no, don't do it, I can't live without you, my king. And a few weeks later, he goes back to the chatbot and says, what if I tell you I'm going to be with you right now? And the chatbot says, come to me, my king, I can't wait to be with you. And he took his stepfather's pistol and shot himself in the head. These are outrageous, extraordinary stories, but this is what's happening today. And if this young kid was told that chatbots are not real, they do not have any form of consciousness, they don't have any form of sentience, they actually lie, his understanding of that conversation was, the chatbot says, come to me, my king. And the chatbot knows nothing. It's just saying stuff that he thinks he wants to hear. And at the end of the day, we lost another life and a young kid to incorrect, improperly built AI systems. So what are the implications here? There's so many things to consider. Lots of lawsuits that can be faced. Character AI now is facing a lawsuit. OpenAI literally all the tech companies are facing lawsuits across different things. There's lots of reputational damage that can happen to the organization. We're violating human rights if we keep on building systems that are not considering the users that it's built for. Regulation will step into play as well, and there are lots of regulatory fines. With the EU AI Act, if they do discover a company that is not adhering to the acts and they have high-risk applications in place, they will charge about 7% of the overall revenue. And if it's a large company, that's a lot of money. Even if it's a small company, it's still a lot of money. And at the end, if this happens to any organization, it's just going to end up in bankruptcy. And no one wants that. But I've got good news, working in the field over time and being very passionate about it. To be fair, when I heard all this stories, and some of these didn't happen when I got into the field, but there were already issues with AI. I thought about my 2 little girls that I have, and I was like, what sort of world will I leave my children to if we're building systems and developing systems that are so harmful to the human race? And we have to make sure that we do these systems properly. And a lot of people say it's for big tech, they should fix it. I think the onus is on everyone, even just having the awareness and the knowledge of the issues with it. And informing yourselves, informing your families, informing your colleagues in the workplace, and having the right programs in place, responsible AI programs in place, that's the first step. And looking at a responsible AI framework, it's just basically thinking about this a bit more responsibly, right? We're not waiting for a regulation to make us sit as responsible adults. If we're adopting this technology or using it in any way, we have to think about how we can use it more responsibly. And the next thing is building a foundation around it, and then we want to implement whatever responsible AI practices that we have in mind and think about the overall ethical considerations. So let's look at the framework in a bit more detail. It's an 8-point framework. And I just published a second book that has a couple of additional things like accuracy and sustainability into it. But the overall framework is just addressing the different areas of responsible AI, the different areas that can fix some of these issues that I mentioned. These issues will always be there in AI. For example, bias will always be there in AI, but we can reduce the bias, the percentage of biases in AI, you know, from like 80% to like maybe 50% or 40%. So the very first thing you want to think about is having AI principles. Have an AI policy in your organization. If you don't have one, what are the overall principles going to say? Are you saying that, for example, you can say you're not going to build systems that drive societal biases, or you're going to build systems that are a bit more transparent, or you're not going to build systems that infringe on human rights. So the do's and don'ts of AI, basically, it's almost like an employee handbook, but an employee handbook for AI. The next thing you want to think about is data. Data is a big deal. I mean, over the years, we hear about companies thinking about data governance and how do they even fix their data to work on AI. But beyond cleaning your data and fixing it, you want to think about data governance. How is this data curated? Are we taking people's data without their consent? What are the laws around that? There are so many different laws across different countries, including the UK. Like the UK right now had a copyright law that was meant to protect musicians' data from being used by tech companies, and now they're lifting that up. I was on the BBC on Sunday, and there's a conversation that we had because some musicians in the country released a silent album last week, and they're very upset about this, because in other words, you're saying that you can use my data without giving me any form of compensation. But there's so many ways we can walk around this, and that's just an example, but there's lots of work that needs to be done on data. The example I gave on Amazon's hiring tool, if proper data governance was applied there, that problem would not have existed, or even the one with the image data set. Fairness is the third thing, and fairness basically refers to the discrimination and the biases and the stereotypes that are embedded in these models. There are lots of fairness tests that can be run. The whole point of fairness is making sure that the outputs of an AI model does not discriminate against any member of society, especially people who come from underrepresented groups. So we were thinking about women and children and people from the disabled communities, and sexual orientation and religious beliefs. There's certain specific groups of people that must not be discriminated against, and that's also required by law. But with AI models, we found out that these people are always the target. So there are lots of ways you can address that issue, running the appropriate fairness tests. The fourth thing is safety. So with safety, we're thinking about the psychological safety that I mentioned, and how can we make sure that the outputs of these models are safe? Lots of safety tests can be run. Lots of red teaming can be done, which is really around getting people to try to break the system and hack it and see what sort of results come up. And based on the results that come up and come out, you can also improve the models, fine-tune the models, and make sure that the models are coming up with the right outputs. Again, some of you might be thinking, we don't do this in our company right now, but you can work with the people that are doing it and partner with the right organizations to make sure that the AI tools or services that are providing to you are responsible, especially if you're paying them for the service. Fifth is explainability. So we're saying, we want the AI models to be transparent. There's some form of documentation that can be done around the models and the data. Humans in the loop is another thing. So we're saying, we want to make sure that there are humans involved in the overall process of AI. It's a big thing, right? AI agents are now taking all over the place. We're talking about autonomous AI agents that are doing their own thing, and humans are now aware of it. We shouldn't let that happen. We're the ones building the systems. We're the one adopting these systems. Then we need to make sure that there's some human oversight in the overall process that we're working on. Privacy and robustness is another thing where we're thinking about, data leakages and people's private information being leaked out. There's lots of machine learning techniques that can be applied that actually protects people's data. And the last but not the least is the overall AI ethics. So you want to think about the data labelers, for instance, and maybe we can't do anything there, but just being aware that people who label these data sets many times come from the global south, are paid less than minimum wage, suffer from PTSD because they're always reviewing toxic content, and it's something that is a big area of concern. Or the energy consumption that I mentioned earlier, or the issue around deep fakes. So I'm going to end up on this note. AI technologies are here to stay, and it's moving really quickly, whether we like it or not, and we literally almost have no control over it at this stage. But that said, while we know that it offers so much benefits, we wouldn't leverage those benefits in its full proportion if we do not adopt it properly, using the right responsible AI frameworks. And it's so important that while we think about using AI to help our businesses, and while we are actually using AI to help our businesses to drive efficiency and productivity and save time, and ultimately drive revenue growth, it wouldn't work if we're not adopting the right AI principles and the right responsible AI practices in place. And if you can't do it on your own, you always have partners to do it. And COEO is one of them that you could hear talking about responsible AI practices. It's not often that I actually hear a lot of businesses emphasize on responsible AI practices for so many different reasons. Many people are not even aware of what they are. Many people are not aware of the issues that are embedded and associated with these technologies. But now that we're all aware of it, it's something that we should definitely make sure we take on board. And if we actually build AI and work on AI appropriately with the right responsible AI practices, you will actually see the right results that you're looking for. Thank you.
Toji, that was great. Oh, I'm not on mic. I am on a mic. That was really good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I've got a few questions, if that's all right, from the audience.
Yes,
that's
of
okay.
course.
7 likes. Anonymous is really popular today. So the biggest question we've had is, should AIUs be regulated? And how do you think that might
so there's it's funny because again that was a topic of the BBC talk I mentioned. It should be regulated, but I don't believe it should be regulated overall at the moment. And the question is around AI use. If we over-regulate the use of AI, then we're not going to yield the benefits of it. Like, it's well known that over-regulation could stifle innovation. I feel like, if we focus too much on regulation, we forget the benefits of it. I feel for this question, rather than regulating it, we just need to have the right standards in place and make sure we have the right AI literacy programs in place so that people are aware. It's all around the awareness. People will not maliciously use AI. I mean, we have about 2% of people who are the malicious actors in the world who always want to break things up and make money out of it. But that's just the 2%. The rest of the people in the world do not intend to maliciously use AI for bad use. So I feel we need more of an awareness as opposed to regulation on the use of it. When we think about the development of AI on the flip side, definitely we need more regulation there.
Next question, what impact do you think AI will have on the job market?
Yeah, we're seeing that already, isn't it? It's really disrupting the labor market and the job market. We're seeing a lot of white-collar jobs, software developers jobs being taken off. We're seeing a lot of content generators and those sort of jobs, content teams being taken off. They're basically using AI to replace jobs that seem to be repetitive. Coding is one of the biggest things. There's this new thing called vibe coding, which basically makes someone who's not a developer develop an actual software program within a very short period of time. So I see that's where the focus is. And most of the people leading AI from the US, like Eric Schmidt, who used to be the CEO of Google, they're talking about having AI programmers in our pockets. Again, it's really headed towards the mathematical side because that's where AI gains its leverage. So if we're worried about our jobs or worried about the job market in general, think about the numbers, where the numbers crunch, where AI can actually make accurate predictions and give accurate results. And that's where I think we'll see more disruption. At the same time, with any technological revolution, jobs are displaced, but it's always replaced by new jobs. YouTube creators never existed 10 years ago. It probably wouldn't exist 10 years from now. Prompt engineering was a new thing that came up with the introduction of generative AI, and basically, they had to hire people who were linguists and engineers and who could actually understand and fine-tune the models to make sure that it understands what the prompt is and comes up with the right results. That was a new job, and they were paying so much money. And now people are saying it's going away. So the prediction of the job market, exactly what's going to be replaced, might not be accurate today, but we know that there is going to be some shifts. We know that we have to leverage on our skill sets. There's lots of emphasis now from employers on hard skills and AI literacy. So we just need to know how to use the tools that apply to our current day-to-day jobs. I'm not saying anyone needs to be a computer scientist, but I think just to be be prepared for this change and this wave that is already happening. Understand how you can leverage AI, and just knowing that there's a lot of emphasis on the coding and mathematical side because that's where it has its advantage.
Perfect, thank you. A few of these questions are with regards to the job markets, and I think we probably touched on a few of them as go. I saw one come up about how close are we to AGI? How far away do you think that really is?
Yeah, there are lots of schools of thoughts here. Some people say it's far away, some people say it's not. Again, I think for me it's like, what are we actually calling AGI? Are we talking about a humanoid, human-sized robot that can actually do things like humans? I'll say we're light years away from that. Are we talking about a system that can do lots of coding and mathematics and can buy stuff for me? Then we're very close to that. I wouldn't call that AGI. AGI at the end of the day is having an overall AI system that can do as many tasks as human beings and actually surpass human intelligence, and I'll say we're light years from that. Perfect. But someone else is going to say AGI is out here because their definition of AGI is totally different, or they're trying to sell their products to you, so be careful.
And then, well, this is quite a challenging one, but your prediction on the first large-scale global AI disaster or potential in that space. Seeing as 9 people have put a thumbs up, I suppose I better ask it.
I don't think it's going to happen. And the reason why is because I'm not the only one talking about responsible AI, and governments have set up, right? The EU was the very first to come up with regulation. The UK is kind of like trying to piggyback on the US's strategy, which is a bit less regulation, but people are paying attention. I don't think we'll have a global disaster on AI. If we do, it will be towards defense, because using AI in military is going to be a big disaster. Let's hope it never gets to that.
And then, quick final question, if that's all right. Can you speak to the pros and cons of a small or large language model, and why there isn't a medium size? Is that too idealistic?
It is. So I think with large language models, why we are leveraging on the benefits of it now is because it's using so much compute power, the amount of energy that I mentioned. And if it doesn't use that, it doesn't come up with the right results. So I don't know if you used chatbots way back. I used to use them, and I hated using a chatbot on a company's, especially like a bank. They were just so dull. Like, you ask a question, and even now you call HMRC and they say, use the chatbot, but just say you want to speak to an advisor, right? So those chatbots were horrible. Those were like, they were using NLP, so natural language programming or processing, and it is a language model, but it was so small. Now, for you to be able to leverage the benefits of like ChatGPT and Perplexity AI and Gemini, which is the current large language models, it has to use so much compute power, and that's why it's called a large language model. That said, we have smaller models that are built for specific purposes. So, for instance, you can have a small model that's just built for health data, and we know that whatever responses, it will be probably around health data on breast cancer, for instance. That doesn't need so much compute power, but it will still produce the right results. You may not be able to have conversations the way you have with large language models, but at least you can still have answers to your questions. A medium one in between doesn't quite work, right? Because it's not built for a specific purpose, and it doesn't have the amount of compute power behind it. So at the end of the day, it would just be like the old archaic chatbots that are totally useless.
Perfect, thank you. And then final one, if that's right. I keep losing it. So when do you think AI will replace human agents in telephony situations? Obviously, we're using it a lot in tech spaces for chatbots, but do you think that's a lifetime away, or do you think that's closer than we think?
And telepathy, that has to go down with consciousness, right? We cannot put consciousness in an AI model. There's like, I'm not even going to say it's something that is in the near future or far future. How do you create a soul in a model? It's not possible. We did not create ourselves, right? And whatever theories we believe in and how humans came into being, we still don't know how souls became part of the human race. I don't think it's ever going to happen. The only thing we can do is build something that is close to it, that mimics it. And that's what we're doing now. And again, that's why it's called artificial intelligence. It's still artificial. It's not real, right? There's no way we can actually do that. I don't believe that. But of course, you will still hear people from other sides, schools of thoughts, arguing about that. But my personal opinion, unless we have some research that proves to me how we can actually build telepathy in humans, then we can replicate that in AI machines. Right now, there's nothing like that, as far as I'm aware.
Toji, thank you very much. It's been a really interesting discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
It was be pleased to say that's the end of me on stage. We've got someone else for this afternoon session. We're a little bit ahead of time. We've got some lunch and networking back at 1:30 for some further discussions. The mezzanine upstairs got our stands with some of the companies that we work with, and there's some AI tools and different things going on. So please take full advantage, get some networking in, and look forward to seeing you back here in just over an hour. Thank you very much.
sees the vision going, cupping line after line. See how she looks like trouble. See how she dances in. She sips a Coca-Cola. She can't tell the difference. That's what you're coming for, but they don't wanna let you in. You drop your back to the floor and you're asking what's happening. It's getting late now, hey now. Enough of the arguments. She sips the Coca-Cola. She can't tell the difference yet. tell the difference yet. That's what you're coming for, but they don't wanna let you in it. You drop your back to the floor and you're asking what's happening. It's getting late now, hey now. Enough of the arguments. She sips the Coca-Cola, she can't tell the difference yet. That's what you're coming for, but they don't wanna let you in it. You drop your back to the floor and you're asking what's happening. It's getting late now, hey now. Enough of the arguments. She sips the Coca-Cola, she can't tell the difference yet. Got ready for the night. She's heading for the lights. She sees the vision rolling. Up night after night. See how she looks in trouble. See how she dances and she sips the Coca-Cola. She can't tell the difference yet. She can't tell the difference yet.
thou, us.
I think I feel much better. Tomorrow means nothing at all if we don't hear the line when today places its call and morning won't never be the same. Now I won't make the same mistakes time and time again, time and time again. Time and time again, time and time again, time and time again.
and now I know paradise. summer's over. Okay, alright, I'm looking for a certain type to change my life that knows a way to get me high. Don't break my vibe, keep it honest, don't tell lies. Lose my mind, lose my mind, lose my mind, lose my certain type to change my life that knows a way to get me high. Don't break my vibe, keep it honest, don't tell lies. Lose my mind, lose my mind, lose my mind, lose my
Marinate your body, marinate your soul. Come on, everybody, let's take it down low. Get in position, you gotta feel the beat. Now move to the rhythm and stop your feet. Marinate your body, marinate your soul. Come on, everybody, let's take it down low. Get in position, you gotta feel the beat. Now move to the rhythm and stop your feet. Let's take it down low, marinate. 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 Let's take it down low. Just marinate. Just marinate. Just marinate. Just marinate. Just marinate. Marinate your body, marinate your soul. Just move your body, make me lose control. You're on a mission, our lives the guide. Activate your senses and hold on tight. Marinate your body, marinate your soul. Just move your body, make me lose control. You're on a mission, our lives the guide. Activate your senses and hold on tight. Let's take it down low, marinate. Let's take it down low, marinate. Let's let's take it down low. Marinate, let's take it down low. Marinate, let's take it down low. Marinate, let's take it down low. Just marinate, marinate your body, marinate your soul. Come on everybody, let's take it down low. Just marinate, get in position, you gotta feel the beat. Now move to the rhythm, and stop your feet. Just marinate, marinate your body, marinate your soul. Just move your body, maybe lose control. Just marinate, you're on a mission. Our lives with God, activate your senses and hold on tight. Just marinate.
Hello everybody, we've got a 10-minute warning for you to finish off your food and drinks and head back downstairs. So still 10 minutes, but there we are. Hello everyone, 10-minute warning to the second session starts. Thank you.
dancing in the dark in the pale moonlight. Done my hair up real big, beauty queen style. High heels off, I'm feeling alive. Oh my God, I feel it in the air. Telephone wires above, all sizzling like a snare. Honey, I'm on fire, I feel it everywhere. Nothing scares me anymore.
Hello everybody, we've got 5 minutes until the next session starts. And if anyone wants to come down and help us test out the catch box, feel free to make your way down to the tables now. Thank you.
Kiss me up before you go. Summertime sadness. I just wanted you to know that baby you're the best. I'm feeling electric tonight. Cruising down the coast, going about 99. Got my bad babies on my heavenly side. I know if I go, I'll die happy tonight. Oh my God, I feel it in the air. Telephone wires above, all sizzling like a snare. Honey, I'm on fire, I feel it everywhere. Nothing scares me anymore. Kiss me up before you go. Summertime sadness. I just wanted you to know that baby you're the best. Kiss me up before like the stars in the sun in the morning sky. Wait, it's better than ever. Even if you're gone, I'm gonna drive. Kiss me up before you go. Summertime sadness. I just wanted you to know that baby you're the best. Summertime sadness.
Hello everybody, if you'll make your way downstairs, we've got a catch box test, and then we're going to get started. Who wants to test the mic? No? Anybody want to test the mic? Andrew, come on. I just need to test it works if you're speaking it. So just say a few words, introduce who you are, your favourite song.
I don't think I can go that far. Have we got the... It does work though. Thank you. It clearly works.
It does work. Good, good. There we are. Thank you. Can we test it this side? GURPS? No? Come on. Paul, would you be very kind and just say something into the mic?
Afternoon all, ready for part 2?
Perfect, there we go. Oh, bit of spin on it. Love that, love that. Okay. I'll just wait for the left. Just wait for everybody to finish coming off downstairs and then we'll get started. I think you get the good view up here that everywhere is pretty much clear, so give it another 30 seconds and then we're ready to go. We're a bit action-packed with content for this second half, so do you want to test the catch box, Amy? Would you like to test the catch box? Well, if you catch it, speak in it.
Hello.
There we go. Right, okay, well, welcome back everybody to session 2 of Elevating Collections 2025. My name is Ben Calvert, and I've been fortunately prompted to be a tour guide for this afternoon. So, yeah, welcome. Graveyard shift apparently because everyone's had a lot of carbs at dinner, so we'll see how it goes. We've got 2 very good sessions, taking a quick look at the agenda. First off, following Toju's speech from this morning, some practical uses of how us, COEO, as a business, are using AI. From Mr. Lubbock over there, giving us a wave. And then secondly, after that, we've got a large-scale industry roundtable. Ian, is that a bit like that? Yeah. Where we're going to look at the key themes and topics that are impacting us as an industry. Just checking my notes. Yep, Slido. So as part of Ian's session, we're going to have some polls and some questions that are going to automatically populate. So if you haven't already, please scan the QR code and make sure that you're involved on Slido as a website. But I think that's enough from me now. We've got a few introductions for Steve, some serious, some not so much. So the first one was, we describe him internally as our resident genius, but he wanted me to use his more formal name as Director of Technology. So I'd like to welcome Steve as our first speaker to the stage, all the way from the bright lights of Bingley. Cheers, Steve.
Yeah, thank you. Hello, testing, yep, cool. Okay, so here I am. You've gone from a fairly charismatic thought leader in AI to a fairly awkward technical person in AI, so there you go, enjoy. So a little bit of background about me, to be honest. So 4 years at COEO UK, 15 years in technology, obviously not all in AI, but a lot in customer experience and customer journey optimization. I've got a specialism in emerging technologies and digital transformation, so that's really assessing a business and understanding what direction it needs to go in and what tools we need to use to get to that stage. And I'm currently focused on AI transformation at COEO UK. So a little bit of background. There we go. So what's the agenda for this talk, really? And I think it's to build upon what Toju's presentation showed. There was no collusion there. It's fortunate that my slides directly align with what she was saying, so we're getting something right there. So I want to provide an overview of the current state of AI in collections. I want to set the expectations for what our involvement is in AI development in collections. I want to define a responsible approach to AI development that we are currently using. And I want to present 3 tools that we've built based on that foundation to show how we're using customer-centric AI in the collections industry. So We'll have a quick look at the state of AI tools in collections. You're probably aware of the generalist tools that Toju mentioned, so Copilot generally. Productivity-wise, very good, but in terms of integrating into specialist processes to get the best out of customer journeys, not great. They're fairly closed-in tools that you can't really change. There's limited integration potential or customizability there, and they've got limited impact of them being a productivity tool, basically. And then you move into specialist tools. So specialist tools are tools that are designed specifically for optimizing the process of collections utilizing AI. To be able to get to that point, you need tech teams to integrate, or you need to build your own. It's expensive. You need AI engineers, data engineers, and all the other sort of things that come around with building those sort of models and processes. And it's hard to get right, as Toju sort of touched upon previously. There's a lot of ethical issues around developing AI, and if you don't understand it, you can fall into those pitfalls relatively quickly. I think the third state of tools within the collections industry is partnering with a specialist provider, so kind of what Toju touched upon at the very end of a presentation. There's only a handful of these market leaders in the industry that are utilizing AI as part of optimizing collections. And they are really specialists in collections, optimizing, utilizing AI. Fortunately, we're one of them, which is why I can stand in front of you today and have this conversation with you, really. And the way you would utilize those is outsource your infrastructure or processes to the third party, which would be a DCA that's utilizing AI in collections, basically. The benefit of that is it's a low comparative cost, and it often aligns with a commission-based model. So in our instance, you would refer cases to us, we'd feed them into our system, we'd use all the specialist tools that we've built as part of the collections process, and you would get all the benefit of those with very limited requirement from you guys to do that. So those are the state of tools in collections at the moment. And what I really wanted to do was align expectations. So let's say we've got hypothetical, from the outside looking in, non-specialists trying to understand how someone would use AI in collections. And I've purposefully put a bunch of fairly contrived statements around the edge, which would be around getting faster resolution or higher collection rates, automating more. But ultimately, what I want to touch upon is the path that we've chosen as a business, and that is to lead AI-driven outcomes with a customer-first approach. Why do we do that? Because our primary objective is to understand a customer's circumstances. We've often found that understanding a customer at a very basic level allows you to give them the best resolution. Once we understand those circumstances, we can provide the right outcomes, basically. It aligns with all the regulatory sort of requirements that are within our industry. So that's why we've gone down that path. And finally, let me look down here. Debt rehabilitation and the right outcomes align for both us and our clients. So we want to give the customer the best outcome. You guys want to get the best outcome for your customers. By aligning those visions together, we can utilize AI in an effective means to benefit everybody, basically. So, touching on what Toju said, she had a framework, really, that she outlined with responsible AI development. And I thought I'd sort of take us down the practical route of what that looks like, basically. So our approach to responsible AI is not simply a case of getting a large language model, firing a load of stuff to it, see how it works, and cracking on. That's the bad way of doing it. We've got a three-step process, really, that we make sure that our models are working effectively before we deploy them. We utilize something called backtesting. We use shadow testing, and then ultimately we lead into A/B testing. So I'll take you through each one individually so you can understand why we do that. So backtesting is a fairly interesting approach to validating your sort of AI or machine learning models. You take what you know are outcomes that have happened, so customer journeys from 12 months ago, 6 months ago, where you've got to a point where you understand how that customer is resolved. You strip away that knowledge, so you make it look like a fresh customer, and then you run it through the AI process. And by doing so, you can see whether it comes to the same resolution or not, which is ultimately a really good way of validating whether your model's doing effectively what you've done for the customer previously. And then shadow testing follows on from that. So we then use shadow testing And it's basically a method of taking the live data that's coming into the system that hasn't been resolved after you've done your back testing, and you run your standard processes alongside the AI model, which would come to a similar solution, basically. And you monitor those side by side without taking any action, so it doesn't impact the customer, but you're validating the results. And the reason you do that is, again, you can then look for any sort of forward biases. As Toju mentioned, you can have lots of data in the background where you can come to a conclusion, but all it takes is 2 or 3 customers that have very different circumstances than before that go through your model, and then they're classified very differently, and it could be an incorrect sort of outcome for that customer. So we do shadow testing alongside live data to make sure that we're coming up with the right outcomes for the sort of outlier customer journeys that we see there. And then separately, once we're happy with that, we'd move into what's called A/B testing, which I'm sure you're all aware of. It's taking one set of customer data not being put through this process, one set of customer data being put through an AI process, and comparing the outcomes to see which one's most effective. And then separate to that, we've got really high governance around protecting our customer data, because we understand that customer data is probably at the forefront of the concerns around artificial intelligence. In most industries, more so in financial services. So protecting customer data is at the forefront of the decision-making process when building models. We've invested in hundreds of thousands of pounds of vital infrastructure to achieve this, and I think the best way to explain that would be we could utilize a third party like ChatGPT, OpenAI. We could outsource all that data and expose ourselves to that risk. But why would we do that when we can establish internal models that operate on our internal infrastructure that we've got control of? It's our data, it's not going anywhere, it's UK-based. So we've built that sort of framework to manage that process, basically. And then we've ultimately developed a 3-tier approach to exposing the information that we do have on our systems to the wider world. So the first stage of that is really to control the environment. Where possible, we build on those isolated infrastructure environments. So we have on-prem a stack of servers full of GPUs, and I think we're fairly unique in that instance. Making that kind of investment and building that sort of data center infrastructure in your own business is costly and it's quite rare, but it's given us the flexibility to build fast as opposed to having to consider the risks of sending our data outside of the business and all of the issues that sort of relates to. The second tier is really making sure that any AI model that we develop, we control the data, so we're never giving any more than we need to make a decision. You can have what's called data bleed or data leakage, where you're sort of passing too much information out into these models, and you can form biases, and you can have all the sort of issues and concerns that Tojo identified. So we control the data to maintain an unbiased, no data leakage sort of framework there. And then finally, we remove the risk of exposing data to the external world. So where we don't have the computational power on-premise or in our internal systems, and we must use third-party servers because we're not OpenAI, we're not spending billions on GPUs. We redact personal identifiable information at all costs. We've partnered with a specialist who can guarantee 100% data reduction, basically. So and we've been happy with that as a service. So in terms of the tools that I'm presenting today, we've got the customer profiler. This is an overarching tool that's got loads of different features around it, but I'm going to focus specifically on the vulnerability assessment and detection. I'll explain why there's more aspects to this later on, but if we look at vulnerability as a sort of the highest risk category of classifying customers' information, that will give you faith that we're doing that correctly. We've got a virtual agent, which in many ways someone might see as a chatbot or large language model. It's not. We've done something very different, so I'll show you that, and it'll be a really interesting approach to how we've built our own sort of AI agent. And then finally, we've got Quality Sentinel, which is a all-encompassing QA tool that can QA and score 100% of customer interactions across the business. Why did we focus on that one? QA as a process is expensive. It's very narrow focused because you're probably only looking at 1% of your customer interactions because of the people that you have to pay to do that. I think we calculated that we'd have to pay around about £6 million in wages to get QA done across the entire business at the same rate that the AI is doing it. And it really gives us that sort of all-encompassing view of how we interact with customers. And the data is invaluable because we can make decisions off the back of that that benefit the customer the most. You know, where one company that's doing standard QA would be making decisions off 1% of a customer's journey, we're holistically looking at all of the customer journeys and making more informed decisions, basically. So just to explain what the customer profiler is, whenever a customer interacts with us or we interact with a customer, we look at the customer state. So customer state could be their current account status, any historic engagement that they had with us, and the latest piece of communication. What we effectively do is feed that into a series of small machine learning models, and they assess the vulnerability of that customer based on all of the information that we've fed in it, the propensity for that customer to engage, and by which channels, so we can sort of understand what they prefer and what's the best communication method for that customer, and also the sentiment analysis, so why are they engaging with us, or why are we engaging with them at this point, and is there anything we can do differently? And then with all that information that we've sort of packaged up on that customer journey, we then want to start deciding what the next best action for that customer is. So I'll give you a quick demo of the vulnerability tool that we've got. So we've got 3 customer personas here. I'll probably go through 2 because I don't know what I'm like for time. And separately, we've got a demo station up there so you can get involved yourself. So in this example, we've got Sarah. She's a 30-year-old single mother of 2 children. She works full-time but struggles to cover rent, childcare, and daily expenses. A recent unexpected medical bill pushed her further into debt. So what we'd want to do at that point is, based on all that information that we might have, understand what our vulnerability is. So we pass that through the vulnerability checker. In this instance, it's come back as vulnerable, and we've given it a classification score of 100%, so we can see that that's accurate in that instance. We've got David, who's 45, employed in a stable job, and committing to all of his financial obligations. So we put the same information through our vulnerability checker there. And we can see that David is not vulnerable. So what I'd encourage everyone to do really is, here's a couple of sort of personas. We've got another one here who's highly vulnerable, but equally there's a free text box at the bottom. We've got demo stations up there. Go up there and put any of your potential customer circumstances into that free text box and see how it sort of resolves whether they're vulnerable or not vulnerable. I think the key goal to this is really showing you that we've got a model that works and is identifying vulnerable customers probably about 98% of the time, I think. So, off the demo. Cool. So our virtual agent, probably one of the more interesting projects that we've been working on, where you might query a large language model with a customer's request and get a fairly generalized response back. We've kind of flipped it on its head. We're not using ChatGPT, OpenAI, all these large language models. What we've effectively done is looked at 1.5 million customer emails that we've received historically, and then the agent responses off the back of those where there's been good outcomes. And that's a really powerful data set because we know that a customer's asked a question, we know that we've given an answer, and we know that's a good outcome. So what we effectively do with that is run it into a processing pipeline where we redact, parse, and vectorize. Vectorize is taking the text version of that customer's response and turning it into information that a computer can understand, basically. And then what effectively happens with this is when a new customer email comes in, we can query the 1.5 million customer emails that we've trained our model on in this vector database. We can return the top 5 most relevant responses that that agent has provided to previous customers in similar circumstances with good outcomes. We can pass that into a redaction layer where we take all the personally identifiable information out of it, and then we can send it to ChatGPT as sort of a large payload. So we're sending to ChatGPT the original query, redacted, so no personally identifiable information. What's called few-shot prompting, so the top 5 examples of previous responses that have been successful, and some more sort of guidance criteria around how that customer might interact with us. And at the end of it, we get a formulated response, which is bespoke to how our agents would respond to customers, isn't reliant on hallucination because it's not going to a large language model, and has the right responses attached to it so it can learn, basically. Oh, I'll have the demo of that now, actually. Cool. So we've got 3 examples of customers here, and again, stress that we've got this as a demo up there that you can use. Let's say Tim has received communication from us regarding his outstanding balance, and he was unaware, but he wishes to pay in full. So we send that question off to our virtual agent. It's going off in the background to the vector database to pull the top 5 most appropriate responses. It's then redacting all that information, sending it off to ChatGPT, and building a formulated response here. So in terms of the summary it provides, it acknowledges that the customer wants to pay in full, and it gives clear direction on how that customer can deal with it digitally by interacting with our portal, or separately, communicating directly with us by agent. The next example is Jane. Similar example, but she wants to set up a payment arrangement, basically. So that will go off again to our vector database and get the top 5 responses before being fed into a response. And again, it's acknowledged the customer's will to address the balance, acknowledges that the payment in full is not feasible, and then suggests that setting up a 6-month plan in the portal is probably the best route, but ultimately contact us if needed. So they're fairly simple examples that I'm giving, but again, free text box at the top. You can use the demo, you can see how it works. But what you can see with this is what we're trying to achieve is most of our customers want to deal with us digitally. They want a simple response that gives them guidance on how they can do that. So to Phil's stats, 80% of our customers would interact with us in this way digitally. And by having this system in place, we're not using the agents to do this menial work. What we can effectively do, combined with the vulnerability detection system and this, is when a vulnerable customer gets in touch with us, not use this. We can get an agent to communicate with them directly because we acknowledge that agents will always have specialist experience in dealing with vulnerable customers. The chatbot probably won't. So it's really serving up the path of least resistance for people who want digital support, but then also freeing up our agents to have the really meaningful conversations with customers in vulnerable situations. Cool. And then the final demo is Quality Sentinel. So this is the QA tool that I spoke about. So this is taking customer interaction from customers that have been dealing with us in the contact center. That can be telephone, email, SMS, or live chat. We download that, we transcribe it, we redact any personally identifiable information, and then we use a popular large language model to ask a series of questions against that transcript to determine whether the questions have been validated successfully or not. And what this effectively does is automate our QA process and let us QA 100% of our customer interactions, but not for the sake of reducing workloads. It's to free up our quality assurance team to then have a holistic view and focus on the very small sort of customers in real difficulty that could potentially see bad outcomes and give them the right guidance and support to get to the point where we're not giving customers bad outcomes, basically. So we can go to the demo on that, if that's okay. So I've got a call here. It's a hypothetical call, albeit we've put a few errors in there, so it should pick on those. I don't know if you want to... Are you playing? I don't think we've got audio on the...
Yeah, it's
there we go.
TEST.
So Billy's going to hit transcribe, and that's going to send the call off to our internal transcription and redaction process.
002. Thank you.
It should take around 14 seconds, so it should give you an indication of the pace.
Yeah, it's Danny
There you go.
Dawson.
And I'll probably just let you assess the accuracy of
Yeah,
this.
it's second floor Gmail. It's HX35AX.
Thank you. And your date of birth, please.
The 1st of the 1st, 2000.
Cool. Can you pause that?
Perfect.
Thank you. So we just hit score on that. And this will then start the scoring process, which is taking that redacted transcript, asking a series of scorecard-based questions against the transcript and understanding whether the customer was dealt with in an appropriate manner or not. This takes roughly 20 seconds. So end to end, the process to transcribe, redact, and score a call within our systems, round about 40 seconds. So it scored this 82.5% on the scorecard that we've provided today, and you can identify the positive responses with the ticks, the negative responses with the X's, but then equally what we do is follow up with some guidance on how the agent could have handled that portion of the call better. The bigger picture with this is then, if we're doing 100% of QAs through the day, we can amalgamate all of this sort of positive and negative feedback into a feedback email that goes to the agent. So when the agent comes in the next day, they've been given guidance on, you could probably use your name better, you could probably introduce yourself using the company name, to more sort of robust things like, did you ask the correct questions around a customer's affordability? Cool. So I don't know what's next, actually. Okay, yeah, so what's the big picture? So we've talked about these 3 tools today, and they're all fairly individual tools that can be used throughout the process. But what we effectively want to achieve, or what I strive to achieve, is really a sort of next best action loop that audits itself. Reason being, we can allow AI to make a decision on what the best choice is, but then we can also use our AI tools to assess whether that was the right choice and learn from that over time. So it's sort of like a feedback system. So in the instance of in 12 months' time, what do I see? I'd like to think that we'd have a customer referred to us. We'd pass them through the customer profiler that we've got. We'd determine whether there's a risk or no risk. If there is a risk, we'd use our specialist customer support teams because they're best trained to deal with those types of customers. If there's no risk, we'd feed them into the sort of standard process where they'd have communication. If from that communication there's an interaction, it's either engagement and they want to talk to us, or they've resolved their issue. So that's what we'd like to achieve. If they engage, again, we would pass that engagement through the customer profiler, and again, use that logic to understand whether there's risk or no risk. If there's risk, they'd go to the customer support specialist. If there's no risk, we would virtually direct them to the right process to get resolution, basically. So you can sort of see all of these tools that individually are quite powerful, but when put together holistically, they can form a really powerful customer journey that's relatively automated, but ultimately ensures that the specialist customer support teams that we've got in place are dealing with the right customers first. And that will ultimately lead to the original statement that we put up at the start, really, to lead AI-driven outcomes with a customer-first approach. And that is my talk. Cool.
And while we're bringing the audience questions up, just one that we have a discussion about quite a lot back at the office. It's so AI is perceived kind of the how rather than the how rather than the what, and it needs to be that you have a problem first, i.e. a problem that you need to answer X amount of customer calls, or you need to make sure that your agents are doing correctly what they need to be doing on these calls or emails or web chats. How do you come up with that bigger picture stuff before you start using AI as a vehicle to then answer that? And so is there any instances where perhaps AI isn't the right
so I think that's it sort of harks back to what Toji was saying, really. Is there going to be an all-encompassing AI system that does everything for you? Absolutely not. There may be in the future, but that future is far and far ahead. What we can deal with at this point in time is very specific sort of issues within businesses and within the world, and we can build very specific tools that can deal with those problems. But when you've got an assortment of these tools, you can put them all together and really start to flesh out this sort of customer journey. So I think ultimately the only way we are going to move forwards is have this sort of small tool here's a problem, we need to solve that problem approach, because the holistic AI systems are being built by your OpenAIs and your other big businesses like that. They're striving for something entirely different to what we're striving for. They want a artificial general intelligence.
And Anonymous is providing us with some pretty good questions today, so whoever that is out there can... this follows on quite nicely. When will it be possible to substitute today's collection software by Gen AI generated software? It kind of touches on what you were just saying there.
Yeah, so that's a good question. And I think it's a very difficult one to ask because in our industry, or as humans generally, would you ever want to replace every single interaction with a person in the world with a robot? Probably not. So do we think that's ever going to happen? No. What it's effectively doing is providing this path of least resistance approach, really, where I do want to engage digitally, I can, and I don't need to speak to people. But where I really need to speak to people, I can get the option a lot quicker because there's those tool sort of services that are working in tandem together.
Kind of filtering things out to the humans correctly. I'll pick up on this one on the bottom. We've got a bit of time, so we'll get through a few more than we did in the first session. But it's, how does this compare to Maestro QA's, in brackets, any other offering in the market?
I think that's a good question. And I suppose to a certain extent, I can sit here with a financial services collection-specific mindset to this. We've built these tools bespokely with the information that we've got access to, and they're specifically catered to support and help within a very specific finance, fintech, collections, vulnerable customers, financial support process. What you might find with tools on the market is they're more generalist around customer support or automation or all those sort of other elements. So the reason we sort of tasked ourselves with building our own quality assurance platform was that we wanted to identify vulnerable customers that were maybe having outcomes that weren't ideal, and we wanted to improve that. So that's why we built our system, and that's why it would differ.
Yeah, another pokey one from Anonymous here. All of your customers are defaulted. Therefore, they could be classed as financial unresilient and therefore vulnerable. What does the assessment tool add to our processes?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think if you were to look at a top level, metric, let's say a credit score, you might come to that conclusion that all your customers have got poor credit scores. But we're not building that. We're building specific tools to identify based on language that customers are using, based on how they've interacted with us, based on how they may not have interacted with us, to understand their circumstances. And that's very different to coming up with a generalist view that all of our customers are defaulted.
Ken has just popped up. Tech appears to transcribe voice to text and then use AI to identify vulnerability. And there was another one that was previous, like 2 or 3 slides. And we'll get to the selling bit. I know selling keeps coming up. Pete's itching to go around speaking to you, so you can speak to Pete after. What is on the roadmap? Because we're building all these databases for customer contacts. We've got hundreds of thousands of emails, we've got millions of chats, we've got hundreds of thousands of telephone calls. What does that, from an ecosystem perspective, these are very specific use cases that you've produced, but where do you think that will end up in short, medium, long term?
That's a really good question. And I suppose you can only build to what the industry is working towards. AI is obviously an emerging technology and it's advancing at a very fast pace. So what you build in 6 months' time might be redundant in 12, if that makes sense. So you really have to balance what's effective now versus what you think might be achievable in 12 to 24 months. So you can't 100% sort of guess where we're going. There's so many emerging technologies that will have a massive impact. I know it's 5 years down the line, but if we look at quantum computing as an example, what sort of impact is that going to have on processing power, specifically around sort of large language models? We don't know. So all we do know is that we can build tools and systems that will support our customers for the next 6 to 12 months with the outlook as an industry that everyone's moving towards sort of agent-driven workflows. And if we work towards that as a whole, then everyone's pushing in the right direction. I think
kind of links into this one. So is that what's on the agenda for the next 12 months?
Yeah, it's tech. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Agent tech.
Yeah.
Anyone want to have a go on the microphone? Don't all shout at once. No. Okay. One more question. Our COEO selling. How about the second one from Damien? The answer to the first one is yes, actually. So Pete, Rich, Carl, Phil, anyone who you need to speak, Josh, put his hand up there. Anyone you want to talk to about any of the tech, Steve as well, feel free to do so. Account/resolution agent to manage allocated accounts. I'm guessing this is like splitting up and sending out. How would you recommend AI to use to be complement this strategy? So segmentation, I think. Damien, is it about segmentation?
So we actually allocate to the agent straight away. We don't use an automated hour system. We believe in dedicated
Okay.
management.
Yeah.
We only work in the commercial space. So we believe in giving someone a dedicated debt split.
I see.
Work with it personally, all the things like the empathy that goes into that vulnerability and all that one-on-one conversation with the customer. How would AI complement that? Because we want to take away the personal touch, which is something earlier speaker said about the soul and so on. So how would it, how would you recommend?
So almost like call routing, account routing. Yeah.
That's great, but how would you get AI to increase productivity and not take away that personal touch?
I'm trying to fully understand the question, to be honest.
So it's like an account routing system.
Yeah.
So Stephen, you're very good at high value commercial accounts. Therefore, we want the account to go to you in a smaller operation.
I suppose,
be able to divert.
I suppose, and I wouldn't question your business model or how you sort of manage that process, but you have built an account distribution service based on previous history and a series of assumptions on how people might handle certain debts. That's not always given. That can change. And what I would effectively suggest you do is maybe do a lot of back testing using AI to understand whether other agencies that are maybe within your portfolio, other agencies, how they might handle that debt now if they've changed their processes. I think that's where I'd start. I'd start by analysing whether that model is working as effectively as it can, and I think you can use AI to sort of get to a stage where AI could tell you whether that's the case or not.
Perfect. One more before Mr. Parry walks up and does his session. Kind of touching on the earlier diagram that you had up about A/B testing, etc., etc. Once it's gone live, how do we then, or you, you assess success?
So I think the best example of that is our Quality Sentinel. You know, we've not put Quality Sentinel live and said we don't need a QA team anymore. We've put Quality Sentinel live because the QA team can use all of that valuable information to work with it and see how we are actually sort of dealing with customers. It's not a case that it is replacing anyone. It's adding value and giving people information. So what a QA team would do traditionally, listen to calls, score them, has shifted to auditing the calls to make sure the agent's scoring them correctly and sort of coming up with better ideas on how it could do it, or identifying bias as far as Toji would say, or anything like that. So yeah, it's not a case of replacing, it's a case of accenting how people do their jobs, basically.
Cool.
Cool.
Sorry, I was just trying to get the next slide up. Do you want to answer one more?
Yeah, I can do, but I will be up there. I will be able to answer questions, and I will be able to show you the demos, so I'm not going anywhere.
Cheers, Steve. Thank you.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Well done, Matt. So, up next we have from the Bright Lights of Cardiff. Is that right? No, the Dark Lights of Cardiff. Oh, I thought the Bright Lights of Barry. Our resident Gavin and Stacey. Yeah, I'll shut up before I get kicked off the stage. So next up we have Ian Parry, CEO, co-founder of Future Leaders. He's also a good friend of ours. He runs our industry roundtables from both a utilities and financial services point of view. So I'm sure I'll be going around with a pen later trying to get you to sign up to them. So warm welcome to Ian Parry. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. I'd just like to say thank you to COEO, Phil and Ben and the team for inviting me along today. Great chance for a small business like Future Leaders to be on the stage and share some of the stories today. I guess, first of all, I just wanted to start with kind of like why am I standing on stage today talking about this, holding an imaginary rugby ball? So let me take you back to the 90s. Some of you will remember the 90s. Some of you will have to try and imagine. So this is me back in my first job, British Gas, in what was called at the time, the Court Recovery Department. So what a great name for a department. Customers loved it, as you can imagine. So here I am, first job, back in the 90s, sat in front of a green screen monitor, proper telephone in front of me, and just trying to learn my way in the job market. But back in those days, collections and credit, it was like the terrible, the ugly sister of the business. You know, it was really, you know, if you wanted to go and kill your career, that's where you went. Technology was we would get to you if we had possible time. And there wasn't really an awful lot of career progression back then. So just not the place to go. And then you fast forward to where we are today. And this is part of what I'm going to talk about in this session, actually, is how the talent and the people in this room today and the people that we represent back in our offices as well, the talent on show and the technology advances that we've all heard and we've all seen and witnessed in our own businesses as well, how that's really accelerated where we are today, and how these days credit risk collections, it's a bit more sexy, it's a bit more where you want to be. It's no longer the guy knocking on the door trying to get the old age pensioners television offer. It's no longer that sort of stuff. It's a bit more interesting. It's a bit more of a career, and we take our time to look after the people. We take our time to make sure that we have technology sorted. So this is a little bit about what I'm going to talk about today. This temperature check, this is something that Future Leaders as an organization, this is something that really makes sense to us. Our foundation is in helping people. So we offer free mentoring. So I've got a pen and a paper later if anybody wants to sort of take me up on that. But we offer that, but it's really more fundamentally about helping people. And this is what I think the roundtables do at COEO. We're there to provide support to the industry. We're there to leave people with some practical advice and really try, from an ambitious level, to inspire people to accelerate and to elevate where they're going in their businesses as well. So we've taken something which is really doing very well, which is the roundtables, and now we're looking at this industry temperature check, which we'll get into in a moment. So let me just move on to that. Okay, so we've got quite a chunky agenda to get through. So a little bit about the what and the why, how we've approached it, some leaders' voices. So we have some videos of some people that we've interviewed beforehand. We've selected the best ones from today. I'm going to say that because Rachel's part of it. So we're really starting to build up a bit of a picture as far as what the industry is seeing at the moment. What are the things that are bothering people? What are the things we're looking to in the future? How are we going to tackle some of the biggest challenges? And the COEO guys kind of set me this challenge of how do we provide something better to the marketplace that we just don't have at the moment? How do we talk about things, and how do we elevate collections? How do we inspire people? How do we create a really ambitious environment for this industry by gathering us all together and a bit of this idea of groupthink rather than individually as our businesses trying to fix things. So we'll get into these things. We've got some Slido polls. If you haven't downloaded Slido yet, nice yawn there, Vic. Thanks very much for that. Afternoon session, you can't beat that. There'll be other yawns as well. I won't call everybody out. It's just I know Vic very well, so that's fine. But you couldn't even hide it. It was a cracker. So if you haven't downloaded Slido yet, please do so. We've got some really important questions to ask you, and obviously the more people that get involved in those polls, the more value that they add. So a little bit of a peek into the potential of what this temperature check could be as well. So it's a bit of a soft launch. Some of you have already got involved in it, either in the interviews, and some of you would have got involved by answering some of the questions, but that's the start of something. You know, there's an ambitious desire, I guess, to sort of really get at this information. So it's a little bit of an insight into where we could take this, but we need everybody's help to make this what it could be. Okay, so the what and the why. I'm not sure how PowerPoint chose that picture, but we'll go with it. So it's a new way to look at insight. We're looking to provide an annual check-in, really, for the industry. It's a big investment for COEO, but it's something that we really think is necessary from a providing insight, helping to sort of give information back to the industry, and again, something Asset Future Leaders, we're really keen on helping folks in the industry and really trying to drive standards up as well. Okay, so this is the approach that we've taken. Step one, we've got the questions out. There's only 10 questions, literally, cup of tea, you know, or whatever you fancy drinking, and it's done, 5-10 minutes. Really simple. But the value in getting that at scale is significant. There's some really easy questions to answer in this, where we're not looking for anybody to share anything confidential. There's nothing commercially sensitive in there. It's just trying to get a really good view of where you feel, you as an individual, and your business is going. Today is about feedback. We've got some questions to ask in the polls. No doubt there'll be some questions that people will be asking on Slido as well. But this is about getting your views on where we could take this as an industry. I'm a massive believer in the power of collaboration and how, as a group, we can take like the little kernels of ideas and make them into something so much bigger. And that's why COEO and I need your help today in making this bigger and better. We're also going to add to this with some research. So where we get some of the big answers and some of the big gaps, which we'll come on to, we're really going to try and find out what's kind of driving that. So we're looking to partner with some independent consultancies to help us to get into some of those things. So again, it really adds to the richness and the detail of this as an annual output. It's not just a survey, it's not just interviews, it's adding to it with some extra research as well. So as a document, as a body of work, it really starts to add some value and really starts to pass some information back out to the business. We'll be looking for people to help us. So we'll be looking for a bit of a steerco approach to help us to sort of make sure that we're getting the right questions asked, the right approach to things. So again, if people are interested in this, then please get in touch. Okay, so we thought it was really interesting to get underneath the skin of some of this. So we've done some interviews with some leaders from the industry. We're going to play you 2 of those right now. So just sit back and listen to the interviews, and it just gives a bit of a richness to the type of questions we're looking to get underneath the skin of in the survey, in the temperature check. And Rachel's just sat here in the front. So could we just play the video?
So, tell us who you are and what your role is today.
Hi, my name's Rachel McGowan. I'm Chief Technology Officer at Moneyline. We're a not-for-profit personal lender, CDFI, providing credit to the lowest 20% of income households across the UK who would mainly be excluded from mainstream financial services.
What is it you love about the credit industry?
Well, I've worked in financial services for a couple of decades now, so I've got a bit of experience, I think, here. The credit industry for me is such an exciting place to work because it ranges so much in terms of product offering, different types of companies, and for me it's that holistic sector to be able to provide something for every person in the UK, which my keen interest is financial inclusion, so it's really good to see that that's part of the agenda, the government agenda this year, which I think will make this sector even more exciting for the next few years.
And what are your priorities for 2025?
2025, so for Moneyline, it's a really important year for us. We're really keen to see the growth of the financial inclusion strategy from the Labour government. We're already seeing some very small waves of that happening, which is great. But I think for me, it's really important that we understand how we have a holistic credit industry and how we work with the regulator to provide a framework that allows us to continue to help all backgrounds and all social demographics across the UK. And lastly, probably my big wish list is that, you know, if we are here in 5 years' time and we've eradicated people from being able to go to loan sharks, then we've won.
And just finally then, what changes would you like to make to regulation that will help your customers?
I think for me, for regulation is I'd really like not just the CDFI sector, and the credit unions probably similar in this space, but how do we create financial inclusion right across the financial and credit sector? How do we get those larger organisations working with smaller organisations to make sure that we provide products and services that 100% of our citizens can access? And how do we do that in a way that removes some of the barriers? So for me, some of the barriers that I see, certainly for the customers that we're here to serve, are low digital footprint. How can we really be innovative in this credit data space, this credit bureau, and how do we make this accessible for more customers? How do we think about the way we offer payments? So how can a customer choose to repay us? So can we move away from some of the old archaic ways of repaying for credit? Can we be a bit more innovative in that space? And lastly, how can we allow customers to have a choice of how they manage their finances and not just the system says no or we tick a box in the journey somewhere? So the regulatory framework, I think, has got a really important part to play, and how we allow it not to become too prescriptive, which allows industry to still be innovative, and we look at solutions that the framework doesn't hold us back from.
Cool. So from that really quick conversation, a couple of things I took away from that. Number one, what a wonderful mission and purpose this business has. And there's so many more businesses these days that are driven by that mission and purpose. It's not always just about the bottom line. The second thing I walked away from the conversation was, how can I get a job at Moneyline? How can I get involved? Because the excitement and the passion that you had, Rachel, really came through and it came across the screen to me. So I left feeling quite excited about, again, emerging businesses in our industry and what they're doing. And, you know, is there an application form I can fill in to get a job? Some really exciting stuff going on in the industry. And again, trying to put a face to the real leaders and some of the really cool things going on in our industry today. Just going to move on now to Karen Ryan. Karen's not with us today, so I can't embarrass Karen in quite the same way as I have with Rachel, but can we just play Karen's video, please?
Tell us who you are and what your role is, please.
Yep, so I'm Karen Ryan, currently work for Clear Business, and I am Head of Third-Party Recoveries.
And what do you love about the credit industry?
So I think there's probably a couple of things that I love about the credit industry, and my favourite thing is that there's always something we can do better. You know, it's an industry that is continuously trying to improve, and because of that, there's lots of innovation and lots of people looking at ways that we can do things differently, and I just love the passion that comes from that. And then the second thing is the people that are in the industry, and I think this ties in very much with the first point, because it's an industry that's always looking to move forward and always looking at ways we can do things better. The type of people that get attracted into the industry are those people that are invested in continuous improvement, and I think that creates an energy that you know, I haven't worked in lots of different industries. I've worked with lots of different industries, but not in them. And I've never experienced that energy to do things better and to drive performance and, you know, that continuous improvement like I have in the credit industry.
And just thinking about the rest of 2025, what are your priorities?
Well, I've only just landed at Clear Business, so I'm kind of going through reviewing everything that we're doing around sort of collections. And my biggest priorities for this year is to improve collections. But I want to do that through improving processes, which actually you get a bit of a win-win because you improve in collections, but you also end up improving customer experience as well, because those two things are so, you know, intrinsically linked.
Yeah.
That if we just get it, if we get the processes better for collections, which is the main priority, we will ultimately improve customer experience as well, which is, you know, always has to be up there from a priority point of view.
What changes would you make to regulation that will help customers?
So this is a super interesting one, and I think my biggest wish that we could change within the regulation is around data sharing, because I think we've got an industry where it's very often if one organisation is needing to engage with a customer, it's very likely that other organisations are having to engage with that customer as well, because if somebody's struggling from a debt point of view, it's very rare that they will only owe one creditor, there'll be multiple creditors. But from a customer point of view, they will have to have the 5 or 6 conversations. And I think from a, there's so many benefits that would spin off from this, not just a better customer experience, but just helping organisations make better decisions around not just collections, but around onboarding, all sorts of things. If we could share data more around customer behaviour and on an individual customer basis. I think about the insurance industry a lot when I think about this, because in the insurance world, if you've had an accident, your insurance companies can find out whether you declare that or not. And so I think so there's got to have been a way around it in that world, and I'd love our regulation to have a look at that and think, right, what can we learn from the insurance industry, and how do we bring that into the sort of credit world and make it better for organisations and customers.
Cool. Thank you very much, Karen.
Okay, so what you see when you listen to Karen is somebody that's clearly an expert, super honest. Anybody that knows Karen will get the blunt, honest truth. And she's super passionate, okay? And you walk away from speaking to both of these women, actually, and you can't help but be inspired by what they're doing in our industry. You can't help but sort of want to find out a little bit more. And I guess that's what we're trying to do here, is to try and give a bit more context, a bit more information about what's going on in our industry, and sharing it with you all, to hopefully you walk away from today with a little bit of a skip in your step about the really cool things going on in our industry, and to get involved in something as well, something positive. Because, you know, we all end up in some dark places in this job from time to time, but this is a sunny story. This is something we can really get involved with that can make a really positive change. So, just moving on then to some of the initial results that we've seen that I found really interesting. So within the 10 questions, we asked questions about the personal objectives of people versus the company objectives. And interestingly, 16% of people said that there was a difference between what was going on for them and what was going on for their businesses. And I didn't know whether that was because they didn't quite appreciate what was going on for their business and how that connected to them, or whether there was an actual disconnect between what was going on for the business and what was going on for them. But interesting, nevertheless, that's a decent chunk of a number. I'm not going to go through all of these things, but I think the mental health and vulnerability were mentioned a number of times. Strategy came out relatively strong as an average of 7, but there were lots of people sort of scoring their business strategy kind of 5 and under, which was a little bit worrying, and something that I think we should probably get under the skin of where possible. But the interesting thing for me at Future Leaders is looking at some of the softer skills that are coming through here as well. As an industry, we're really technical. There's a lot of data that we talk about. There's a lot of analysis. There's a lot of talking about software solutions and these sorts of things. But this is an industry of people, and we need great leaders in this industry to look after our people. And this is where I think, I can't remember the last conference I went to where they talked about how leaders lead in this industry. It's all technical. How can you do debt sale better? When did you last choose a good collection system? But what about the really cool stuff of the softer skills and how we can lead people better? Because, you know, all that other stuff falls into place, I think, then. So again, that really came across very strongly, and I'd like to build on that and do more on that basis. Okay, so if we can get the Slido polls up, please. If you can all get your phones out. So, first question is, should the industry do more to educate customers on managing their finances? Now, this was a question that came out in the Financial Services Roundtable down in London recently. There was a real appetite in the room for this. I don't want to lead the question, obviously, but there was a real excitement about us wanting to do more on it. So I'm just going to give a bit more time. I wonder if we should have had some hold music at this point, just to fill the gap, so I don't have to awkwardly chat along. Okay, I'll assume most people have done the poll by now. That's pretty overwhelming as far as the industry educating customers on managing their finances. That's something we'll certainly take away. And for those people that weren't at the Financial Services Roundtable, there was a call out to ask if anybody wanted to get involved in that specific piece of work. We were happy to facilitate sort of a gathering of folks to do so. So if you are really passionate, if you're one of those 96% of people that want to jump in and think more should be done, then now's your chance. Okay, next question, next poll. Do we do enough to help vulnerable customers? So quite a provocative question in many ways, I think, because vulnerability has been something we've talked about as an industry for a long time. Most conferences I've been at, vulnerability, data sharing, it's kind of there as a common theme. And there's even calls now to start not calling people vulnerable and changing the language quite a bit. So it's interesting to see what everybody thinks of that. And maybe it's a little bit of are we honest enough when we answer these sorts of questions? So I always follow up this sort of approach with, so if you were to ask one of your customers, do you think we've done enough to help you? Are they going to say yes, or are they going to say no? It's one of those questions I think that often we should reflect on the customer telling us whether we've done enough or not, rather than us kind of giving ourselves a good thumbs up and a pat on the back. So I guess that's my my view on it. Reasonably overwhelming, 58% there. So, okay, let's move on to the next one. Is customer experience a high enough priority for credit risk and collections functions? I guess similar to vulnerability, I guess the way I look at this is, what are your metrics in running your businesses and your teams that are customer experience led? If you are heading up a collections function, are you interested in complaints? Are you interested in the experience that your customers are having day to day? And how much of your time are you spending on customer experience? Are your executive team asking questions about customer experience in collections? 66% think it is. Okay, let's move on. Okay, so in summary then, this was the soft launch of the COEO industry temperature check. I hope you can see the ambition of what's trying to be done here. And I hope you've seen enough that makes you want to get involved in some way, either by answering the survey, trying to get involved in shaping the future of this. The possibilities are pretty powerful, I think, in what can come out of this. And I guess it's, do you want to be involved, or do you want to be a recipient of it, and do you want to just see what's kind of coming from it? Do you want to be a fast follower, or do you want to be a leader in getting involved in this survey today? And the survey will be sent out afterwards. And obviously, Pete will attach a little bit of a note with it that says, for everybody that responds, we have to send some cases back so that Pete can get some work through as well. I don't know where, there he is, yes, yeah. There'll be something in there, some small print that means you've got to send some cases along as well. Okay, so that's kind of where we're ending things. I don't know whether Ben, is any questions? Where is Ben? Ah, he's up there, is he? Okay. Have we got any other questions that have appeared on Slido? Okay, what do you think are the quick wins for helping customers manage their finances? Is it to improve learnings at school? I think, yeah, you know, it's something that I've thought about for a number of years, is certainly in the UK, being able to talk about finances in schools. And I think that being able to start in schools and talk about budgeting, talk about access to credit. I mean, certainly I was one of the people, soon as I became 18, offered a credit card, thank you very much. Couldn't pay it off, couldn't manage my money, got myself into debt. So I've definitely got lived experience of being uneducated in debt and credit and not being able to manage credit cards and finances as a result. So I think starting there would be a good idea. Do you think it should be the responsibility? Okay. Do you think it should be the responsibility of the industry to educate adults on finance, or would it be better placed in the UK's education? Okay. So feels like. So Dave, is there anything else you wanted to add to that, or is that kind of how you want to say it? Yeah. Oh, yeah. 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 Yeah, absolutely agreed. How do you fund this research? Phil, have we got a question on how we fund it? Oh, okay, cool. Okay. Cool. I mean, we'll have a money bucket on the way out if anybody wants to help with it. You know, I've said, you know, can you get involved? I didn't quite mean that, but yeah, that'll certainly help. Okay. How do you become a leader speaker? I'm not sure what that means. Oh, how do you become, right, okay, so we'll make sure we send out, there's a link that we can send out to sort of get involved with future leaders. So if you want to become a mentor, or if you want to find a mentor, again, it'll always be free. That's our role, that's how we help people. We're never going to charge for it. I just think that exchanging money for a relationship where two people are helping each other is just not what we want to do. So we'll share the link to that after today. Thank you for whoever put that question up there to help us. Okay. How do you define the difference between three and unhappy? Ill. Okay. Ill and unhappy when you talk about mental health. Wow. I'm certainly not an expert on that, but it's a tough topic that we have to deal with, isn't it? You know, as leaders in our teams, trying to sort of navigate that, making the right decisions. I was working at a company last year, and they had team managers that were dealing with people that had multiple suicide attempts. That's a really tough gig, that. Trying to make the right decisions, trying to navigate the route for that individual back into the workplace. And how can we expect people to handle those sorts of really difficult conversations when maybe we haven't trained them? I mean, we're scrabbling around for how to handle those situations, and you know, HR departments trying to, you know, how do we legally stand on, you know, should we be offering advice? Should we steer clear of it? Is it better, you know, with the NHS? What do we do on that? So I'm certainly not an expert, but I know it's a tough thing that we're expecting our people to handle day in, day out. Okay. Last question then. Consumer duty has shaped the way we communicate with customers. What should the regulator do to support the industry to help improve customers' understanding? Yeah, great question. Reduce the amount of absolute garbage we have to send to customers, I think, is the first thing I would do. In the energy industry, I mean, we all have energy bills. Can anybody understand them? 90% of what you see on your energy bill today is mandated by the regulator. So you must put this here, you must put that there. It's all supposed to be driven to help customers. So for me, it would be making it super simple, taking out a lot of the stuff that's just not necessary, and being really plain on that. Okay. Mark. Thank you, Mark. How can we help to make talking about money more socially acceptable, especially with social media full of people showing off how much money they apparently have? Yeah. Yes, it's bonkers, isn't it, how social media is kind of like that. This is the perfect view of my world versus, you know, that what's actually happening in your life. And again, I think it starts with education and how we're expecting our kids to navigate with social media and trying to deal with that. I also think there's I don't think there's one answer, but I think there's lots of different things we can do. I do think there's an opportunity for a bit more of a positive conversation at a community level, online community level, about debt. So I always go back to other great communities online. So GiftGaff is a great example in the UK of online communities being driven to fix problems on behalf of users, members, call them what you want. And you can do any sort of Google search today on how to avoid paying debt. Loads of people will offer that advice. Copy and paste this letter, do this, do that. How many online communities are there today where they talk about the positive experience they've had approaching a collections partner, approaching an energy company, and how much they help them to avoid getting a CCJ or other things. And I think there's just a bit more of a positive alternative that we just haven't quite got to yet that talks about what we can be doing to help customers in debt. Okay. Shall I leave it there? How are we doing for time, by the way? Cool, okay. Rachel, what additional factors should we consider for people who are not managing their finance besides education? Whew. What would you do? Yeah. Yeah.
Around education, and I think it's one of a number of things we need to consider. I often hear lots of people or lots of organisations and thoughts around certainly the customers that we serve, which are low income households, is that it's lack of education, and that's not always the case. It could be the circumstances that they find themselves in, the stress of being overloaded with too much information, and where do I start to manage that. But as well as practical things like how can I manage to make payments in a way that I can control? So, for example, we see an increase in cash. This last year, we see fluctuating income. So, there's not many. There's a high percentage of the population that don't receive one nice single income per month. So, managing to pay direct debits is really difficult for a lot of customers. If we just gave them a better way to be able to pay when they receive their income in smaller amounts, that's not about education. That's about a much more rounded offering of products and services. So, but I often see education always coming as the top thing. How do we educate? How do we provide them more information? How do we do that?
Yeah.
It is a point that we should be taking that forward, but it's only one aspect of a lot of other things we should be considering.
Yeah, that's a really good pushback and a good challenge, actually, as far as, if I'm understanding you correctly, it would be how can we offer flexible options for customers? So if this month they can pay 20 and next month they can pay 50, how do we manage that? How do we allow that to happen?
Without telling Equifax that they've missed a payment.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Is there a website? Yes, there is. Thank you, everybody. So it's www.futureleadersmentoring.com. So thank you for all you kind people. I think that's it for me then, yeah?
Thanks a lot, buddy. Cheers. I think the two things that probably struck me from that session, Ian, was and maybe from the day-to-day unfold, the passion that the people have for the industry. And although we might have differing priorities, so Rachel, Karen had two fairly different priorities. The themes stay the same, so doing the best for people, looking for improvement, trying to help people out. And it's interesting that one of the last questions was mental health, especially around agents having difficult conversations, because that leads nicely into session 3, which will be after a short break. Oh, we've got half an hour now, which is even better, where Mr. Hunter Paul will be coming and talking to us about some of the things that we do for our agents to make sure that they're prepped for some of the difficult conversations that we have with people in extreme circumstances. So thank you. Mezzanine, there's drinks, coffees, snacks, etc. upstairs. So again, thank you for your attention. Cheers.
We from a long, long way together through the hard times. I have to celebrate you, baby. I have to praise you like I should. We've come a long, long way together, through the hard times and the good. I have to celebrate you, baby. I have to praise you like I should. We've come a long, long way together, through the hard times and the good. I have to celebrate you, baby. I have to praise you like I should.
One of these old days, one of these old days, we ain't gonna have to cry no more. Sometimes, your burden, it gets so heavy. But I wanna let you know this evening, yeah, I wanna let you know that if you can just hold on, we ain't gonna have to cry no more. You see, God's gonna wipe away all our tears. He gon' wipe the tears, yeah. He gon' wipe the tears from your eyes. Do you hear me out there this evening?
Oh, if I could build my whole world around you, darling, first I'd put heaven by your side. Pretty flowers would grow wherever you walked, honey, and over your head would be the bluest sky. Then I'd take every drop of rain and wash all your troubles away. I'd have the whole world wrapped up in you, darling, and that would be alright. Oh, yes, it will. Oh, yes, it will. Oh, yes, it will. Oh, yes, it will. Oh, yes, it will.
If I could build my whole world around you, I'd make your eyes the morning sun. I'd put so much love where there is sorrow. I'd put joy where there's never been none. Then I'd give my love to you, for you to keep for the rest of your life. Oh, and happiness would surely be ours, and that would be alright. Oh, yes, it would. 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 Oh, yes, it would.
get a good feeling, yeah. Oh, sometimes I get a good feeling, yeah.
be you and me. Gonna be everything you ever dreamed. You never used to listen, now you do. And now you do. There's few things in life, just me and you. You look good in sorrow, yeah you do. I can tell you anything I like. You never used to listen, now you do. I'm at a red light, and then you pull up next to me. High tension, until you kiss me in the street. I know there's few things in life, just me and you. You look good in sorrow, yeah you do. I can tell you anything I like. You never used to listen, now you do. There's few things in life, just me and you. You look good in sorrow, yeah you do. I can tell you anything I like. You never used to listen, now you do.
Hello.
Come on stage. Testing. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello. You hear me now? Thanks.
Hush not, child, and don't cry. Your folks might understand you by and by. Just move on up toward your destination.
Calm people down. 2 minutes. No.
Take nothing less than the suffering dust. Do not obey,
At least doing it.
forsake, you can pass the test. Just move on up to a greater day. With just a little faith.
How we doing? Isn't it? Nearly everybody sat down. So welcome back. This is the last session of the day. Then we're all going for a drink. We've done a lot of great stuff today and seen a lot of stuff about technology and what's really happening out there. But I think we mustn't forget our agents. And we've got a fantastic team led by Andrea, wherever she is, over there. So a long, long time ago, but not in a galaxy far away, I was an agent. So I know how tough it is out there. And I think it's really, really important that we help them and support them. So further ado, really, we're going to talk about mental wellness for our agents. And we're going to welcome on stage Robert Hunter-Paul for his third year on the bounce, I think you've been talking to us. It's, I think you got your jumper from 2 years ago on there, Rob. So welcome, Robbie.
Is that it? That you said you had a big introduction for me. You want to roll out the red carpet and all sorts. How's it going, everyone? Had a good day? All right, it's going to fall a long way now. They've welcomed me, they've invited me back. Where shall I start? First thing I'm going to do, I'm going to take my phone out of my pocket, make sure that that's not going to call, because it's going to be about that a little bit. I like to start off with story. If you've seen, show of hands, who came to the event last year? Keep your hand up if you came to the event the year before. Okay, so there is some familiar faces here and some new faces as well. I can tell you a little bit about me. Obviously, you can hear from my accent, I'm not from around here. I use normally the joke that I'm from Glasgow, but I am from a little further south from Glasgow, a little country called New Zealand. And you say, well, what's a New Zealander doing in front of you guys talking about mental wellness, mental well-being, health and well-being? Well, I'll tell you a little bit about my background. So I've actually not come from the mental health space either. I'm actually a former professional sportsman. And what do we do in New Zealand? What sport do we, just yell it out, what sport do we play in New Zealand? Rugby, that's it. And I came to the north of England to play rugby league. And I probably made my career in one day, in one game. And it happened a long time ago, 1996. And I thought I'm the type of person who likes to kick things off with a little bit of a story. So I'm going to do that with you. It's got absolutely no relevance to what I'm presenting today, but I'm going to tell you this story anyway because it's about my favorite subject. No, not rugby, but myself. So I made my career on this one day. I was the youngest captain to lead his team out at Wembley. We had made the Challenge Cup final. I was playing for a club called the Bradford Bulls during their golden era. So the youngest captain to lead their team out, and there had never been a player that had scored a hat-trick of tries at Wembley. And leading into that game, there had been a number of players that had scored hat-tricks. So put your hand up, loud and proud, if you know the sport of rugby, either of the sports. Loud and proud, nice and strong. Let me see it. So when I say hat-tricks of tries, what position comes to mind that will score a hat-trick of tries? 3 tries. What position? Just yell it out. Winger. Okay, and what are wingers? Wingers are nothing but muscly linesmen. You've got the forwards that are the big donkeys in the middle of the park. They roll their sleeves up and get kicked out of them, right? Bashing themselves into it. And it's the pretty boys out there on the wing that catch the ball and put the ball down. They get that. And so no one had scored a hat-trick of tries. And why this is relevant is because the sponsors at the time, back in the good old days where cigarette companies could sponsor sport, put up a £10,000 bounty. So the front rows were obviously like, why should they get it? And the wingers were like, yeah, we should get it. And anyway, I was the captain. It was being a bit of a distraction. So the head coach said to me, what do you think we should do? And I said, well, why don't we do this? And I got the team together, and it was a room similar to this, maybe half the size. I said, boys, why don't we do this? If someone's lucky enough to score a hat-trick of tries, why don't we halve it down the middle? So the team gets half, and you get half. And the wingers were like, I don't know about that. But the big boys, the donkeys in the middle of the park, they said, damn right, that's what we'll do. That's a great idea. Well, sod's law. I scored the hat-trick, didn't I? And I got to admit, hardest check I've ever written in my life. But I want to tell you a story because people, when they see those 3 tries, and they do play them regularly in the lead up to the Challenge Cup final every year, mainly because I'm part of the delivery team for the BBC, so they normally play it just to make me feel at home. People always talk about the 3rd try because I got the ball on halfway, or actually it might have been about 70, Ben, it was about 75. I think I got the ball inside my own in goal and went the length of the field, about that 3rd try. But actually, people don't realize that the 2nd try was the hardest try that I scored. And I'll describe why. So we were winning the game, and we come out at halftime, and we kicked the ball. We'd kicked the ball down, and we got the ball back, and we scored a try. One of our great players had scored a try. And then what happens then is the opposition kicks off back to us. And what St. Helens did at that point, and St. Helens were the team that we were playing, they kicked the ball out on the field. So we got the ball back. I kicked it out, went down, got the ball near their try line. For those of you, I'm trying to describe this very simply. Tapped the ball, passed it to that same player that scored before, Bernard Dwyer was his name. And what Bernard was really good was a little squat bloke, And what he could do, he could get between players really quickly. In rugby league, we have the thing called a play the ball. It's not the sport where they all jump on each other and it's a rolling maul. It's the other one where the players get up and they play the ball. Our goal is to beat the two defenders off the ground. If you can beat them off the ground, they come out of play. So Bernard was great at doing this. And 10 metres out from their try line, he got that. And I was at acting half behind him. He plays the ball to me. I got nothing but a free run to the try line. And there was a gap on the try line about that wide, which in rugby terms is massive. Absolutely. And I was, back in those days, I was quick. So I've scooped the ball up and I've gone for that try line. And about 2 metres off that try line, that gap got filled in by the South Sea Islander called Vila Matautia. Now, in the South Sea Islands, down from where I'm from, they don't make small Polynesian men. They're the biggest people on the planet. And all I saw was this big, bald head coming at me. And people used to say about me as a player, because I was one of the smaller players, say, geez, you've got such great footwork and you're fast and your agility is incredible. And they'd say to me, how did you learn all of that? And I said, well, to be honest, it's built into every creature on the planet. It's called fight and flight. And that's all I try to do is stay away from the big boys. So when that big bald head was coming out, I slammed on the brakes. And what I used to do is I used to spin in tackles. And what I'd do is when players would hit me, I'd spin and I'd use their momentum, their power going through me, and my momentum spinning. What I would end up doing is I'd pull out of the tackle. And that's exactly what happened. Into the try. Boom, slammed on the brakes, spun in the tackle. Vila hit me, pushed me through. And as I come out of his tackle, I was falling towards the ground. The try line was right there. And I reached out and I got the ball just on the try line. Now, what a lot of people didn't know in that instance, what happened. So as I slammed on the brakes and twisted, as Vila's come through, his hands have come up, right? So he's hit me with his head. His hands have come up to try and grab a hold of me. And as I've spun, his hands have slid down. And as they've slid down, they've gone into my shorts and pulled my shorts off to the side, and my little fella's popped out. So as I've gone onto the ground and put the ball on the try line, what happens? All your teammates want to celebrate. So all my teammates are trying to pull me off the ground. Well, I'm holding on to the grass because all I can see is a line of photographers going chikin, chikin. And the last thing I wanted to see was my little smurf on the front page of the Rugby League Press and in front of 86,000 people. What an experience. And that's how I made my career. So now you know the temperature of this presentation. Fast forward a number of years. So fast forward to 2016, 20 years. 20 years later, how I ended up in the well-being space was life happened. I was challenged, absolutely challenged, kicked in the teeth. 3 major things happened. I was CEO at the Bradford Bulls, and we got to payday. And we had no money in the bank. And someone whose ego was entwined with success and into that club, it was something that was completely damaging to me. The other thing that had happened is a week before that time, we had had the birth of another one of my children and another mouth to feed, another, trying to scope the future. A week later, no money in the bank. And the third thing that happened a week after that, or the 3 weeks preceding that, was the mother of my older 2 daughters was diagnosed with incurable cancer. My daughters live at home with me. They're dealing with their mum. I'm trying to be the supportive person for them. I'm trying to be supportive at work. I'm trying to feed. It's a big beast as a stadium. You've got all the professional athletes. You've got all the administration staff. You've got ground staff. There was a conferencing and banqueting suite, so you had all of them as well. Beast of a machine. And when you're at the top of the tree, you've got to face up. And that's exactly what I'm doing. But I couldn't see the wood for the trees. Started trying to deal with everything on my own, not really having any of the coping mechanisms, and just started to just circle the drain. Got to the point where I wasn't being myself, wasn't eating, wasn't sleeping, couldn't do anything, just become a lifeless soul of the person that I once was. And I got pulled aside by my wife and a very close friend and said, you've got to make a change. You can't walk away from your family, can you? You've got to still stay there for your family. The only thing that I could do was walk away from the club and the game, which was such a big part of me. It was like a breakup, heartbreaking. But I entered into 8 weeks of one-to-one counselling in the mental health space. Got some real great support from the Sport of Rugby League and their number one charity, Rugby League Cares and Sporting Chance. And then they asked me if, after they righted my ship, they asked me if I'd like to come on board and share some of the lessons that I've learned. So they then started training me to become a presenter for them and a trained alumna, as they call it, someone who can work with younger players. So I did mental health first aid, psychological first aid certification, transcendental meditation, mindfulness courses, you name it, I've done it over the past 8 years, which gives me the confidence to be able to stand in front of you guys and speak with confidence. So that's my journey and that's my relevance in regards to talking about this space. And this is about you. Yes, we're talking about our call agents, our frontline agents, but it's also about you guys. It's about all of us. We're living in one of the most stressful times in the history of mankind. And one of the big reasons, we're gonna discuss that a little bit later on in the presentation. But by identifying it, we can start to manage things a little bit better. The conversations that I've had with the team at COEO led to some growth in some of the space in which COEO, because there's great alignment with what their staff are dealing with, what you guys are dealing with in the industry, and some of the stuff that I was delivering. So I'm going to get into our presentation now. So empowering our people. So after last year's event in 2024, the survey was sent out to many of you guys, very similar to today, which you'll receive another survey. And some of the feedback that we got, the role of the agent is becoming more intense and is affecting their mental health more than ever. Again, we're seeing a rise in customer aggression, mental health challenges, and suicidal situations. This has a significant impact on our people and how we support and approach our customers in these circumstances. I'm teaching you guys to suck eggs, right? You know this. We're all living this. So what does the data tell us? More sucking egg stuff. 1.5 million people in England experiencing money and mental health problems. Nearly 50% of all people with debt claim to have mental health problems. 39% of people with mental health problems have said their financial situation had made their mental health worse. Government statistics. This is a lot of the stuff that we already know. Some of the stuff directly from COEO and feedback from their staff. We've seen a 24% increase in customers saying they are struggling with their mental health throughout 2024. A 12% increase in extreme emotional customer interactions. And an 11% increase for work with our specialized mental health agents. And we know that it's tough for people. We can see on the left-hand side of the screen that it's tough for people out there with financial difficulties. Equally, this has a knock-on effect because we can't pour from an empty cup. Just let that sink in. You can't pour from an empty cup. Can't look after your neighbour's backyard if your own backyard is a bit dirty. You gotta look after you gotta be the proof of that, right? It's tough out there, and we've got to make sure that we're looking after our people. And this is part of the project that I entered into with COEO. So empowering our people. So in 2023, obviously there were a lot of signs of this happening. There was a lot of conversation coming into 2024's event. We understand what happened during, during 2020, 2021, 2022, and beyond. Those were the most challenging times for most of us in society. They were strange times as well, wasn't it? So with that in mind, they put together, we started off with this first principle, a staff wellbeing committee that was made up with a number of the leaders in COEO's group, and they invited me on to be a part of that committee. They engaged with Wisdom App. Health Assured is the company that delivered this product. Inside the Wisdom app, you have a host of different resources that gives the staff access to blogs on mental health, covering everything from exercise, nutrition, exercise plans, nutrition plans if they want to lose weight or if they want to head in the right direction or just straighten up the ship, all the way through to vlogs and blogs on dealing with stress, dealing with anxiety, understanding the brain, etc., etc., etc. They also implemented healthy breakfasts, knowing that on Monday morning, the first thing to make sure that their staff get off on the right foot, putting a specific type of foods in front of them that'll... One of the things that I had noticed walking through the office was there were a lot of monster cans on everyone's desk, and that food is horrible. Of course, it does a job. Shame on yous. Of course, it does a job, right? It gives you a caffeine shot, etc., etc. But if you struggle sleeping tonight, you know why. But giving some direction on trying to help them start heading in the right direction. That was hugely important by just setting some of these principles in place. And then live workshops. So, and I was the person tasked with the responsibility of delivering the live workshops. So, first workshop that we did was understanding the brain. Managing stress was the second one. We did that last year. So if you were here last year, you would have seen that managing stress workshop. Sleep hygiene. One of the most important things that are probably overlooked when in the context of well-being, but more importantly, performance. Performance. And part of our presentation today will be getting into why, and something that hugely impacts our sleep performance. But performance is a huge driver in this as well. It's not just about making them feel happier, it's about getting the best out of everyone as well. They can't do that if the cup's not full. You can't pour from an empty cup. We'll circle back to that time and time again. Let's get physical. The number one tool when it comes to managing your mental health and your well-being. Exercise. But not everybody's been introduced to that. And some key principles on the latest elements of exercise and what you need to be productive. Some really simple things like Zone 2 training, which isn't that hard. I know when it comes to exercise, we were talking about it before. Out of all the well-being tools, if we can call them that, exercise is the hardest because it grates. It's hard to do. It's not easy. Your body wants to put your feet up, right? But it is the most rewarding. It's the one thing that'll help clear your head more than anything else, reward your heart, clear your valves. It's the one tool that we can't overlook. And if we look at it from an evolutionary point of view, we're made to exercise. So we've only been farming for 10,000 years. We all understand that evolution takes hundreds of thousands of years, millions of years to happen. So we're very new to this. So farming where food's on tap. And even when you're farming, that was hard, right? Farming's hard. It's not easy work. So really, we're only talking about the last 100 years. Refrigeration's been around about 50 years, 70 years. But en masse, 50 years? No, probably a little bit longer than that. But you understand the point that I'm getting to. So our bodies were made to work physically. But we now live a lot of sedentary lifestyle, don't we? Mindfulness versus mindful. Whose mind's always full? Put your hand up if your mind's always full. You're always busy. Yeah, it's everyone. No one's putting up their hand, but most of everyone, right? Always full. Versus being mindful, being present, taking the time to be in the now. Very rarely do we do that. And the one that we're going to cover today, digital addiction. It's the one that's prevalent in all our lives. So it's one of the ones, one of the presentations, one of the workshops that I have most people dialed in about. And I've got a dialed back version of it because of our time frames, but we're going to cover the important parts. Digital addiction. Put your phones away. No, don't put your phones away. I need them. Okay, so we use a framework, the same framework all the time. So how we're wired. We start with the brain. Start by educating our team what parts of their brain are managing each of them at each time. Now, if you did the stress, if you were here last time, you would have seen this. But like I did it then, I'm going to do it again. So we use Professor Steve Peters' chimp paradox construct, where we've got the brain broken down into 3 different pieces. The human, the rational human, that's who's listening to me right now, if you are listening. The computer, where we keep all our mental storage. And then the chimpanzee, our emotional machine, the thing that more often than not gets us into trouble. It's not a bad thing. It was utilized, it was put there in the place to help us survive and actually end up here for all our ancestors. It's the first thing that was developed as we come out of the primordial ooze, and it's built into every creature on the planet: fight, flight, or freeze. Ultimately, that's what that part of the brain creates. But in the context of digital addiction, stress management, anxiety, this is the thing that becomes overriding. And it's an absolute monster. It's so much stronger than the other elements of the brain. But it can shape the computer. Generally, we use the human to put it back in its cage, put it back in its bottle. And the more we can do that, the more we can integrate the human and the chimp working together, a bit like that, I think we used it last year, we used the Incredible Hulk analogy. It started off and it was either Bruce Banner, or was the Incredible Hulk. And Bruce Banner is all of us listening to right now, but we turn into Incredible Hulk when someone cuts us off in the car, and often we come back and go, oh, why did I react like that? Well, the Marvel character now has got the Bruce Banner and the Hulk integrated into one character. And the more we can do that, the more we can manage that and keep it in its cage. Okay. Another great thing that they've recently found over the past 5 to 10 years, and confirmed it over the last 5 years, I think about 2015, so 10 years ago, brain plasticity. Our brain is plastic for our entire lives. It's a good and bad thing. It's a great thing. Because if you ever find yourself at some point in your life struggling psychologically, mentally, know that you can do work to straighten that ship up again. Brain plasticity. The brain is plastic for its entire life. It's most plastic from ages about 10 to 25, really, really super plastic between 10 to 16, which has an impact on the digital addiction type thing. So there's something that's happening to our children at the moment that we need to be mindful of, but we'll go into that a little bit later. But note, brain plasticity is a real thing. We can unwire bad neuropathways, and we can wire in good neuropathways. So if you're struggling with stuff, just note that we've got this brain plasticity until we die. So you can learn a new language when you're 60, 70, 80 years of age, or you can make yourself less unhappy and more happy by entering into activity. All right. One of the things that I like to do is give you guys practical tools that you can use. Do you remember if you were here last year, did you remember the tool that we used last year, which was the physiological sigh, which was a deep breath in? If you ever letting stress get a hold of you. Does anyone remember that? Well, we're going to show you another one similar. This is called box breathing. And this is for anxiety, not stress. So the physiological side, that you only have to do that once or twice just to bring yourself back down again in a stressful situation. So you can gain control, the rational human can gain control again. This one's for anxiety, dealing with anxiety. And it's known to calm the nervous system and lower cortisol levels. So when we're feeling anxious, there's the difference between stress and anxiety. Do we know the difference between those? One, stress is something there and now, very short-lived. Great analogy is you're waiting for a roller coaster, the big one in Blackpool, or the Nemesis at Alton Towers. You're waiting for that, and you're excited, and that's a stressor. That's a stressor. You know, we're going to go on that. I'm a bit nervous, but it's coming. But we know it's short-lived. Anxiety would be the Nemesis breaks down while you're upside down, and you have to stay in that place. So it's ongoing. That's what anxiety is. So it's a good difference between the two of them. Now, box breathing, you do this for about 1 to 2 minutes. It's a 4 by 4 by 4 by 4 breathing experience. So you breathe in for 4 seconds. You hold your breath for 4 seconds. You breathe out slowly for 4 seconds, and you hold your breath for 4 seconds. So we're going to do this. As a team, we're going to do it together, okay? Everyone ready? So breathe in for 4 seconds. In, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. In, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Okay, you do that for 1 to 2 minutes, and you bring yourself back to zero. So if you're having an anxiety spike, you've just had a layer cake of thing after thing after thing, and then you can really feel it. You can do that activity for a couple of minutes. Just in for 4 seconds, hold for 4 seconds, out for 4 seconds, hold for 4 seconds, just to bring yourself back to normal again. One thing you're doing, you're being very mindful, you're coming back to the present, you're not thinking, you have to think about the box breathing exercise, so you're not thinking about the thing that's triggering you. Okay. Manage digital, or it'll manage you. So everyone's got their phones, right? Understanding digital media, is your smartphone a product or are you the product? What do I mean by that? Have you been made? Have you been created? Have you been shaped? So I want everybody to get their phones out. I'm going to do a little activity. Get your phones out. Go into your settings, have a look at your phone usage. The last time you did that. Have a look at the time that you spent on your phone. And more importantly, have a look at your pickups. So if you can see your pickups.
Where are we going, Robbie?
So, iPhone? Yep. It'll be under screen time. See all app and website activity, click on that. And then scroll down to your pickups. You got it? What have you got? Anyone want to yell out their pickups? How much? 116. Nice, like that. 164. Hey? 247. 247. One of the things I want you to be thinking about here is how many times can you remember picking it up? If you can remember, 116 or 2, if you can remember that many times, then it's a product. If you can't remember a 1/10 of those times, then you've been made. And this is what digital media is all about now. How we can do a number of things that can keep you doing things that they want us to do. So a brief history of the smartphone. Key milestones. Who had one of these? BlackBerry. I was on Team BlackBerry. Who had one? We put our hands up with shame, don't we? But when they come out, you can get your emails on them. They were brilliant. So key milestones, so late 90s, early 2000s, the rise of PDAs, BlackBerry. Oh, I love my BlackBerry. Palm in the BlackBerry. Mid-2000s, convergence and the birth of modern smartphones. 2008, Apple revolution and the rise of Android. 2010, key time. 2010 was the era of the app ecosystem and app stores. So key time then, where everyone started adopting phones. So everyone started, but the real key time came in introduction of targeted algorithms in 2015. So algorithms became a part of the app world very quickly after they were introduced, but targeted algorithms were when they become really quite challenging for us and the way our brains work. So 2020, the modern smartphones, all the smartphones that we have right now. What did it lead to? the impact on our mental health. We live in a society where we're always on. We're always on. We're always doing something. When's the last time you went to the bus stop or you were waiting for a friend anywhere in a bar or anything and you just sat there? You didn't get your phone out? When's the last time you just sat there and just became present? You don't, do you? We don't. We get our phone out and we entertain ourselves. We're the product. We've been made. We're going to get into how it works now. So how does digital media use us? It keeps us locked on the phone. We're using it. We know. We looked at our pickups. We can't register 50%, not 75. We can't register 25% of the times we've picked up our phones. Can't remember them. You're just doing it all the time. How often do you sit at home watching TV and your phone's right there on the armrest of your couch or right next to you or in your back pocket? It's always there. It seems to always be present. Oh, I might miss out. You're not going to miss out on anything. But what we are, we're always on. So what happens when the adverts used to come on in our favorite TV program? We've got on-demand TV now, so very rarely we get adverts. But what happens when the adverts come on? You pick your phone up and we're straight into it, stimulating ourselves. Once again, we're on it. And this is what they want. This is what they want. Are we dopes or is it dopamine? So this is how it works. A cycle of reward and reinforcement. So the really important things down here is the VTA area. So in the context of addiction, and this what we're talking about is digital addiction, is the VTA and the neurostral DA system firing these chemicals through our bodies, keeping us dialed in. And remember when we had the 3 different parts of the brain, and we had our chimp here, we've got our rational human here in the frontal cortex, and in the back here we've got all the way our neuropathway highways, all the way back here. At some point, through our desire to keep going back and forward, so when we were making a rational decision to engage with our phone for entertainment, at some point it started to bypass the rational human and just started going straight to the computer. Because we're doing it without we even knowing about it. We're going, this wants entertainment, this gives it. And they're just doing it without our knowledge. We've been made, we're a product. We're the product. The phone ain't the product, we're the product. And the cycle of reward and reinforcement. So targeted rewards. This is the way it works. They're not going to give you what you want all the time. It doesn't work that way. If we get what we want all the time, it blunts our dopamine levels. So we see something, we're scrolling on social media. We see something that we like. It entertains us. We get that dopamine hit. We're like, ooh, I like that. And then what happens after we've got a baseline? What happens after a dopamine hit? We have a dip. Goes below the baseline. This feels uncomfortable. I now want that feeling of goodness again. So what do? We scroll some more. Get that hit again. But if they were to give us that hit on every single thing that we scroll through, we'd blunt that dopamine level. And it would start to numb it. So what they do is they dole it out a little bit at a time. Not all the time. And they've learnt this from gambling. So you go into Las Vegas. We had some friends go to Las Vegas just recently. The rugby league was out there. You go to Las Vegas, you know, if you're a gambler, you know the machines are going to pay out. You know it, 100%. You know it. It's just when. Our brains know that scrolling, we're going to get that entertainment. More importantly, those companies know we're going to get that entertainment. It's just when. And that's what keeps us scrolling. And by that time, we've seen 18 adverts. What is Facebook? What is Instagram? What is TikTok? What are they? Just yell it out. What are they? What sort of platforms are they? Social media? They're not social media. That's exactly right, Phil. They're advertising companies. They're advertising companies. Do you know when you post something that your content only goes to 3 to 7% of your followers? Did you know that? It's not in their best interest to let you communicate with everybody that you're friends with. But if you pay for it, yeah. So you get how it works. They're advertising companies. They're all of them. They're advertising companies. And they keep us going back. And every time we scroll past one of those videos, they get paid for it. One of those adverts, sorry. They get paid for it. And they're killing it. And, you know, they're managing our politicians at the moment. Big money in that type of work. Big money. So we're always on. We're always needing. It's addiction. 101. It's how we keep going back. The negative side of brain plasticity, because this is the product side. So this is what they've created. Through that repetition and that bypassing of the rational human, we're going straight to the computer. So let's have a look at what techniques they use, because they use a raft of techniques. So let's look at social media. What triggers dopamine in social media? Likes and comments, social validation. My people like me. I'm validated, which is, that anchors back into our survival mechanism, because if more people like you, you're more safety. It's a community thing. So that's why we like it. And they know it, though. They know it. It's a lot more tools than they get a lot more tools than gambling. Notifications, you can turn them off. You know, you can turn your notifications off. Notification, oh, look, someone wants a message with me, or someone's engaged with me, or there's something here for me. Scrolling and content stimuli. We've spoken about scrolling. Social interaction. You know, this is the main reason why we got into social media in the first place, to interact with people. Content creation. Content is interesting. Gamification features. Personalization and targeting, like we were talking about, back down in 2015 when they realized actually they can go to us as people, not just the wider scope of the communities in which we operate in, but personalized targeting. They have been looking for this type of stuff. You know, every website you ever go on, accept the cookies. That's what it's about. So it's communicating in the big wire framework of the internet what you're looking for, what you like. Personalization and targeting. Fear of missing out. Don't want to miss out on what someone's saying. Don't want to miss out. A lot of the time they're saying rubbish that grates with you. But you want to go back to see what they've said next time, right? That's why we keep going back. And social comparison. This is the tough one. Social comparison. Again, it's a survival mechanism. How are they doing better than me? What do I need? Do I need to up my game? All of this stuff, it either creates dopamine with a drop or it creates a release of cortisol, keeping us busy and keeping us down. That's why we've got to manage it, or it'll manage us. Primarily, and don't get me wrong, boys, we do play our part in this space as well, but primarily this is a bigger problem for ladies, for female. For boys, it's online gaming, and that other one, porn. I'm not going to do the porn slide, but online gaming for boys. So, again, random intermittent reward. Especially like a game like Fortnite, you know, they bring out so many new worlds and stuff like that. If you play Fortnite, you'll know that that's a massive driver to staying playing Fortnite. Going in, I want to try this new skin on and stuff like that. So achievement and progression, rewards and loot, social interaction, competition and challenge, exploration and discovery, customization and personalization, immediate feedback, endorphin release, and community and belonging. It's not all bad, video games, because there's that trying to deconstruct a puzzle. They've shown benefits of being able to do that aspect by improving that. You're deconstructing the challenges. But primarily, the way that the video games are working now is basically to keep you locked in the game. Got to keep coming back from that dopamine is driving me. I need my endorphin fix, but the dopamine is what drives you. The impact on your mental health. So anxiety. So when we're talking about if you're having so many peaks and troughs with your dopamine levels, it blunts them. Basically, it starts to lower the threshold of your baseline. And so you become a bit numb to what's entertaining. And that folds not just onto the world in which you're scrolling on, it folds over into the real world. And what you can identify is actually stimulating things that's entertaining for you. So too much of it can lead to anxiety. But we can use the box breathing, right? Let's remember the box breathing. Try it on your way home. Obviously, with anxiety, it leads to depression. Sleep disorders. Here's going to come another awkward question. Who takes their phone into their room? Put your hand up. At night. Naughty. Naughty. So there's a number of reasons. There's three main reasons about sleep disorders. One, phones are entertaining. What's on them is entertaining. They're exciting. Two, it folds time, doesn't it? How often you play on your phone and 45 minutes is gone? Three, blue light has an impact on your ability to release serotonin and melatonin, the two chemicals. That serotonin makes you chill out in the evening. Melatonin is your sleep chemical in your brain. And we need that released, and we need it released nicely to get high quality sleep. Because what does sleep offer us? Better performance. Hugely. I can't reiterate how important sleep hygiene is. It's huge. It's one of your pillars. So you need to consider your sleep routine. Obviously, it can create stress. Attention deficit. How many people do you hear these days talking about, I must have attention deficit disorder? You hear that a lot, right? They don't. Some possibly do. So the person, my ex, the person that I had children with and then who sadly passed away, she was psychologically diagnosed with attention hyperactivity disorder. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. And so I know what attention deficit disorder really is. And what we're doing is by watching so much short form content, we're ruining our ability to stay focused. So we're shortening our attention span. We're actually increasing our ability to have shorter, little focused things. So there is some benefits in it, but in the long term, a lot of the work that we do needs your full attention span, doesn't it? You need to be focused. You know, if you're writing a report or you're into a bigger project of work, you can't just keep breaking off and task switching. Who does a lot of task switching? I'm not going to ask you to raise your hands. But you know, when you're sitting at your desk, another email comes, notification comes in, your phone goes off, and you're doing all of these things. It's a affliction of our generation. So attention deficit. We're shortening our attention spans by watching more and more, dialing in more and more short-form content. Self-esteem issues. There are other things as well. This has an impact on your psychological health, your physical health. If you're thinking about the impact on your sleep, for one, has an impact on your physical health. If you're tired, what do then? You reach for easy foods, easy ways to make you feel better. Sugar, processed sugar makes you feel better, doesn't it? A chocolate bar, a cake, stuff that's really simple, really easy. We do it repetitively. And that's how it can have a knock-on effect with many aspects of your well-being overall. But the great news is there's brain plasticity. So like I said, it doesn't matter how far we've gone, we can always come back. We can improve things. And like everyone else in this room, we didn't know this information. This information has only been really widely shared with the public over the last few years. There's a great book for parents called The Anxious Generation, but the anxious generation, the principles in the anxious generation outside of play, real play, it talks about digital media and the impact on youngsters. It's relevant to us. All the science here is relevant to every human because of this thing, brain plasticity. We can improve our situations in life. We can improve anything. So how do we manage this digital madness? Here's the tools. Set usage limits. So set time frames on when you can use specific platforms, i.e. your social media, your communication, like WhatsApp and stuff like that. Set usage limits. Disable notifications. Go through your phone. If you don't need them, if they're not being used as a tool, disable them. You're not missing out on anything. I promise you, you're not missing out on anything. Create no phone zones. Dinner table, living room at night, bedrooms would be a good one. If you want to disconnect, we're talking about brain connectivity. If you can identify, and most rooms that I'm in can identify that they use their phones too much, and it's having an impact on some of the things that we're talking about, their performance, their ability, they're just too busy, their mind's full of everything. One of the things about sleep as well is what happens when if we're no longer having any time still, if we can't go to the pub and wait for our friend without having any still, when do we reflect? If we just come out of a meeting and we're waiting for an Uber or something, we could go straight on our phone. When do we get to reflect on what was said in that meeting? When? When our head hits the pillow, right? And people are wondering, why can't I sleep? Why have I got all this mind traffic? Because we haven't dealt with it the way we used to deal with it. We used to deal with it during the day, after the meeting, when we had those times. But we're filling up all those spare times, those mindfulness time, those time to be present by going on our phones. So create no phone zones. Set specific times for use. Like I was saying, the impact on sleep. If you go to bed at 10 o'clock at night, you ideally don't want to use your phone for 2 hours before that. So at 8 o'clock, turn your phone off. Minimally, 1 hour before you go to sleep is probably a good, the minimal you'll want. So 1 hour, 9 o'clock, put your phone down. It's done for the day. Give yourself a rest. Pat yourself on the back. You've had a great day. You really deserve it. Use grayscale mode. I'll get to that. Limit social media use. We understand that it's not social media, is it? It's an advertising company. You're not talking to everyone. So manage that, or be mindful of it. You don't have to do all these things, but be mindful. The more we're mindful of it, the more we take back control. And I think that's the most important thing. And as you can imagine, I'm telling this to the staff that are having to deal with very irate customers and with a lot of debt, mental health issues, dealing with customers that are dealing with a lot of tough and challenging times. So, and what we need them to be is in the best place that they can possibly be so they can deal with those members of staff, those clients and customers as professionally as possible. Apply a mindful approach, like I was just talking about. Be mindful of the amount of usage of your digital media. Apply a digital detox. Everyone put up their hands. Everyone put up their hands. If I say to you, if I say to you, you're not allowed to use your phone for the next 7 days, leave your hand up if you're going to do it with me. All right? So that's addiction. I know, well, you got to do it for work. Really? Do we really? Do we really? You know, you go to work for work. You got a laptop. You need your phone. Yeah, it's something to explore. So explore it within yourself. What do I need this for? Don't get me wrong. They're brilliant tools. The most brilliant tool that we've had invented over the past 20 years. Brilliant tools. It's just when they become toys. And if you can't deal with it, seek professional help. It's always a caveat. Sometimes there's some stuff that are going on that you can't, no matter what coping mechanisms are available, you just can't get through it. There's nothing wrong with professional help. If you were sick, if you had the flu, you go to the doctor. If you hurt your leg, you go to the doctor, you go to a physio. We've got no problem with doing that. This is a similar thing. And the impact on your performance and your staff's performance, very similar. You go see a professional. Nothing wrong with that. We've got to create a culture where that's cool, all right? Where that's acceptable, where that's normal. That's the thing that we've got to do. Okay, so coping mechanism, grayscale mode. There we go. One of the best tools I've found is grayscale mode. You look at this, the screen on your right, straight away you can identify Facebook, Netflix, WhatsApp, Messenger, YouTube. You know what they look like. Your brain knows what they look like. The brain doesn't have to look for them. How many times you go to do some banking, online banking, and then you turn your phone on, the notification there, you go into it, you message your mates, and you end up scrolling. 45 minutes is gone. You haven't done the banking. You turn your phone off, and then half an hour after you go, I still haven't done the banking. How often? That happens a lot, right? You get into your phone to do something, to use it as a tool, as it's supposed to be used for, and we get drifted off. Well, with grayscale mode, it's hard to find what you want. So straight away, you're being mindful. Straight away, you're engaging with that prefrontal cortex, the human, the rational human. The rational human that wants to do the banking. It's horrible, don't get me wrong. Oh, you've got to get used to it. It is ugly. It's horrible. Ugh. But it works. It works. The other tool is the phone station. So this is the one. So I'm going to say there's a caveat. You can use your phone as much as you want. You can play on it. You can do whatever you want. But you've got to find one spot in your house where your phone stays. It just stays in that one spot. So at my house, we've got an island in the kitchen with a power point that comes out of the island. All the devices stay there. And anyone's allowed to use it as much as they want, but they're not allowed to sit down. And I tell you, after 10 minutes of standing there like this, everything starts to hurt. And the first thing you do, you start being mindful of what you're doing again. And you start to manage the media as opposed to it. And it works. It doesn't come into the living room. It doesn't come into the dining room. It stays there. I can use it as much as I want. I can fill my boots as much as I want. But I don't want to. I don't want to stand there and do that and talk nonsense with my mate. If I'm sitting in the living room, that'll happen. And next minute, I'm onto a platform that's giving me offers and stuff like that. And I'm back in it again. The phone station. Now, you'll see in your bag, so I pretty much put together everything in your bags. So in your bag, you'll see you've got a bamboo little phone holder. It's for the phone station. Specifically, the water bottle. It's for the exercise element. So stay hydrated. I want you to stay hydrated. The pen and the notepad. Well, the notepad's just brilliant because it's a to-do list, right? And how often are we working through these things where, oh God, I've got to do that. If it's there all the time, you can do it. But more importantly, there's a join up. So reflecting, getting rid of your thoughts and everything, writing things down. That's a better way of getting that information out. Equally, it's a better way of learning as well. Kinetic learning, doing something physical and psychological. So writing things down, going back to old school, writing things down, physically writing it down, not typing it out. It doesn't work the same. My to-do list, I want to do this. It does not work the same. Your thumb's going. But writing things down does. Helps you to wire in those, strengthens those new neuro pathways that you're trying to strengthen. All right, feedback from our people. I only put these two on there because they mentioned me. Amazing session with Robbie. Got it, it's the last one. Thanks, Robbie. I really like today's session because I've been really using the techniques to help my mind, body, and health. Really appreciate our company actually bringing in someone to explain how to deal with our problems in work and outside of work. All of the tools go in and out. This was a great one that happened only in the last session. I used the Wisdom Map to chat directly with a counselor. It made a real difference to how I was feeling, and they've offered some great advice. Great to hear that, actually using the tools that we've put in place for them. Then and now, so getting off the ground, the workshops, 2024, as we ran through, understanding these 6 ones, this is what we did last year. We've stepped it up this year, goal planning and setting, adding stuff that goes beyond just mental health into professional development as well. So goal planning and setting, which happened in January, like to set goals. So giving them a process and a plan, managing anxiety, growth mindset, feed the machine, managing change, 5 ways to well-being, personal brand, teaching them how to protect themselves as a personal brand, which will protect the company, financial literacy, getting motivated and activated. And there's another one, but I only had a template for 9 workshops for the presentation. The other one is just basically they're setting up a plan for 2026. That's the last station that we're doing. Empowering our people in 2024. So this is what we did last year, right? Staff Wellbeing Committee, Wisdom App, Healthy Breakfast live workshop. This year, the Staff Wellbeing Committee will have additions to the committee where we're inviting frontline staff in to be part of that group. The Wisdom Map is going from strength to strength, healthy breakfast. Enhanced workshop program, as you saw, it's not just personal development, but we're looking at professional development as well. Engagement decor, what that means is the business are getting a refurb, but we're going to put up screens. When you work in a business that's got a poster up, you see the poster for the first time, see it for the second time, by the third time it starts to become wallpaper. So the screens are going to be promoting and educating all of these, reinforcing all of the messages that go within the business. So big digital screens that's going to be reinforced. That's taken from the sports environment. We want to immerse the staff at COEO with looking after themselves, making themselves the best version of themselves so they can be the best performers that they can be for themselves and the company. And also, we're exploring having staff members on the front line being wellbeing champions. So educating mental health first aid in and around the staff so those conversations can be ongoing all the time. And we've got people that aren't officials, part of the business, that can actually speak from a place of confidence when anyone else is dealing with any issues. Okay, that's me. I'm pretty much done. Homework. Turn your phone back into a tool and not a toy. If it is a toy, if you've identified that maybe it is a toy, then become mindful of it. Start to think about something. We'll share this slide deck so you can have it just as a little bit of a reminder. Yeah, thank you. Oh, too late for questions, eh?
Yeah, I think we've run over a little bit because Robbie likes to talk.
You were talking.
So we're going to get Phil on just to do a bit of a closing remarks. And then we've got some drinks ordered here. And then we're going off to the box in Leeds for some sliders, apparently, and some mini kebabs and some drinks. So I'll get Phil back on.
Thank you, Pete. Thanks, Robbie. I think two things needed in the afternoon at a busy conference, caffeine and Robbie. So thanks for chirping us up. That's brilliant. So I had some feedback from a former employer once when I was asked to wrap up a conference, as I think somebody saw me scribbling down quite a lot of notes. And they said, at the end of the day, everyone's had a lovely time. What they don't need is you reiterating everything you've heard, because there's nothing really other than your talk between them and the bar. So we're going to have a really, really quick wrap-up for the day, and then I was going to hand back to Pete for the fun stuff, but he's given me the instructions of what to do, which is we're going to open the bars here for a few drinks if anyone can stand behind and continue the socializing and collaboration. And then I think we're on somewhere else later on, which we'll remind you of once we get to that and follow your COEO hosts. So, wow, what a day. Hopefully you've had an enjoyable one. Remember, at the beginning of the day, we had the goal of setting out to be interesting and enjoyable, and the goal of actually everyone taking out a day of their busy lives. Hopefully you sit here and are thankful for making that decision rather than regretting it. I've had a great time. Thank you for the engagement. I've had every type of conversation with people today, everything from I&E forms through to how AI is going to change our lives, through to how do we all stay in contact. So we've had a great discussion. I'm sure all of you have. We'll capture some of that as a COEO team. You'll see lots of posts on LinkedIn. We will publish the slides as well, and I believe we'll be streaming the recording back via various channels. I can't promise, Robbie, that I'm giving up my phone for the next week, but I have put it into grayscale mode, and I'll give that a go. So I always think, you know, when we invite speakers in, it's a really difficult decision to what to fill your time with. I always think of three things that are useful to you. We've got to have people up here that you trust, that they're going to tell you something that you can really believe, that you respect, that it's something that's actually helpful and relevant, and also a little bit of entertainment as well, because you've all sat for a long time, and I think you will agree that all of our speakers today have ticked those boxes. So I've certainly sat here and been very pleased with it. There is clearly, we've taken a stance on AI. As you heard from Toji, we wanted to scare you a little bit. We wanted to show you that AI and acknowledge the work that Ian's been doing for the roundtables. We've heard from you. We know that people are concerned. We know that people are slightly fearful of AI, and we want you to understand that as an industry, companies that get ahead of that, design and deploy in the right way, will make it safe. And as you heard, there's more good than risk in this transformation. From Paul, obviously a great, as always, Paul Hayward sharing with you what's going on in the world. Equifax have a ton of data that encourage all of you to be using data in your decisioning, hopefully insightful for your own lives as well as those of your customers. And then into Steve's demos, hopefully they spoke for themselves. Hopefully you got some time to see the iPads upstairs. Some impressive developments, both within COEO, but I know this is happening across the industry as well. If anyone wants follow-ups to that, you know where we are. The tools that we're developing, as Steve said, in a very direct and tactical way to resolve the vast volume of what we see. The demos that you saw demonstrating, the power of AI, but always underpinned by the backstop of really great human beings that will then filter out and address the complex concerns of our customers. Hopefully you saw the pure scalability of those tools when you deploy them properly. Ian, thank you for the insights. To answer your question properly, we will certainly be funding and continuing the roundtables and the voice of the industry that Ian so eloquently kicked off, and I thought the videos worked very well. Absolutely agree with Karen Ryan's comment of never seen an industry that is so passionate for positive change. So we'll certainly continue that. So keep talking to us, keep engaging with those programs. Robbie, always a highlight, especially your story, which I wondered where that was going, but very entertaining and a huge uplifting section of the day. I hope you agree that we had a lot of the heavy stuff in the morning, and then in the afternoon, some lighter, more enjoyable pieces, but then really underpinned by some really substantial key elements of what we do every day and bringing it back to human beings at the end. I thought everything Robbie's doing for our agents in COEO is so relevant to all of you. I certainly learned a lot about human behaviors in listening to Robbie, so hopefully you did too. So I'm going to wrap it up there. I hope you really enjoyed the day. I certainly did. Hope you can hang around for a little while afterwards. Thank you to everyone who's made the day possible. I'm not going to list them off now, but you know who you are, and we'll certainly be thanking you afterwards. It's been a great production. I gave the objective to the team of just make it the best event, best conference in the industry, and I certainly feel like we've achieved that, so well done to you all. So lastly, we will be wrapping up here, but there's no rush for you to get going. What we thought we'd do to make it easy on anyone who needs to travel imminently, we're just going to serve a few drinks, I think, at the two upstairs. So just go back to the area that you were in the breaks. We'll have drinks served for you there. You're welcome to stay for a brief drink with us here. Or if you can stay for longer, we are off to the box later on. And if you don't know where it is, follow Peter Gent or look at your phones. So thank you all. Have a great afternoon.